Good evening, everyone. Before we begin tonight, we're going to take a quick moment here. The Battle of Atlanta, as you know, is run by the Ruth family. And here at the Battle of Atlanta, we kind of pride ourselves on our team being a family. And this past December, we lost somebody in our family that was very dear to us, someone who's been with the Battle of Atlanta for over 3.5 decades. He was an integral part of our team. He's someone that we inherited from Master Joe Corley and their group when they ran it. And he was one of the most genuine people that I ever knew. And so at this time, we would like to take a moment of silence, paying tribute to our dear friend, Randy McCauley. Thank you all. Randy, this one's for you, bud.
for over 5 decades.
From Washington, D.C., Carmichael Simon.
Put your hands together for Caitlin Deshelle.
We've witnessed the ascensions of some of the best in sport karate.
Christine Bannon Rodriguez.
We don't get out of life undefeated. This is what you're supposed to do. When it's the fan, you get back up and you keep working.
A storied history that continues to this day.
I've been almost every year since I was about 8 years old. Nobody's doing it like the Battle of Atlanta.
And as we know, history tends to repeat itself.
Fight.
Tonight,
We are live at the Renaissance Waverly Hotel.
from Atlanta,
It is almost time for the battle zone.
we gather to witness the future, the legends in the making. Who will stand tall and make their mark? The Battle Zone Championships.
How is everyone doing tonight? All right, we're already starting at a 9, but I need to hear a 10 before we get started. I see a 10 out there. How's everybody doing tonight? All right, fantastic. I am your host, Reed Presley, and welcome to the 57th Battle of Atlanta Battle Zone. I am your host, and I am joined by an excellent team. One is right here, Miss Anna Glenn, and I also have Jackson Rudolph and Mallory Woods on the broadcast. We have an excellent team making sure the lights and music and everything is awesome. We have a panel of judges that are fantastic. We have our spectators, and we also have our, most importantly, our fantastic athletes. Are you guys ready for a show? Are you guys ready to go to the battle zone? All right. Well, if you could all rise for the national anthem, as we are going to be joined by the wonderful Chelsea Holt.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Want to go first?
Can we give it up one more time for that amazing performance? Well, as Reed mentioned, welcome to Battle Zone 2025. It's already been such an amazing weekend, and we have quite the show in store for you. We have forms, we have weapons, we have a few fights, but we need you to bring the energy all night long. Do you think you could do that? Okay, let's see how loud we can get on the count of 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, Reed, I'm throwing them over to you.
How are you guys doing? Sorry, I just got back from a galaxy far, far away. Couldn't help myself. All right. So, are you guys ready to get started with some nighttime finals? All right, I believe we're going to be having the competitors from the 18 over women's. Are they coming up on stage? I have them come up on stage, please, for me. Tonight, unfortunately, Miss Katana Everett is bowing out due to a medical purpose. I think she's nursing a ankle or something like that. But both of these competitors made it to the final round, so I would love for you all to give them a bunch of energy, because they would have put on one heck of a fight for you tonight. I think y'all can do better than that. Let's give some noise to these lovely ladies. Thank you guys. And that would make your winner of this division, Miss Katarina Herman, as the winner of the overall grand championship for the women's. Let's make some noise. And presenting this award is Miss Holly Haggard, promoter of the Cowboy Up. Excellent. Now I believe we have a commercial from one of our sponsors. All right, we're going to be moving right into our forms and weapons competition, so I'm going to give the judges some time to get to their seats. Now, we're going into the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship Girls Weapons, and I believe we will also be seeing the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship Boys Weapons before, judges, this is for you, before we score. You will see both divisions of 2 competitors before you score, and then we will present the winners. Without further ado, your first competitor is going to be Olivia Cano.
And ladies and gentlemen, martial arts fans from all over the world, we welcome you here to the Battle of Atlanta YouTube channel, where we are streaming live from the Battle Zone at the 57th Battle of Atlanta, this historic event. I'm Jackson Rudolph with my favorite broadcast partner, Mallory Woods, in the booth. Mallory, are you excited for tonight?
Yeah, you know, it's really hard to follow up Friday night fights, but this is the way to do it. 57 years, I can't believe it's been that long.
We kickstart the events this evening with Olivia Cano of Team Competitive Edge in the 13 and under girls weapons overall grand championship, a showdown between traditional martial arts, as demonstrated by Olivia, and extreme martial arts by her competitor. Olivia showing a lot of power in that opening strike combination. That's going to be key for a traditional martial artist to overcome. One of the extreme competitors is really flexing that power and having great intensity.
This is just one of the few battles we'll see between traditionalism and open weapons category and open forms category. It always gets nice and quiet because usually there's no music, but you can hear the intensity that is involved in this form.
And a very small margin for error for traditional competitors. The extreme competitors are known for showing off a lot of difficulty with their acrobatics, weapons releases. So traditional competitors have to be near perfect with their technique to overcome the difficulty gap. And I say difficulty gap, Mallory, but really it's just different kinds of difficulty.
Exactly.
Executing with this level of precision and intensity is difficult to do, and Olivia Cano, a beautiful example.
Olivia Cano.
Very intense, very clean. I like all the strikes were on point. Of course, we still have her competition.
And her competitor coming to the stage, Madeline Wiersma.
So her aforementioned extreme counterpart, a teammate in Madeline Wiersma, also representing Team Competitive Edge, hailing from the great state of Georgia.
Home field advantage, perhaps. We'll see.
Trains with a variety of top sport karate champions. Kalman Choka for her sword, Mackenzie Emery, Gabrielle. With the music this evening, you will see some traditional competitors opt to include music, whereas other traditional competitors like to go a cappella and show off their power that way. Virtually every extreme competitor this evening likely to choose some music.
Music is, of course, used to enhance the performance, and a good choreography will time things exactly to the beat. Just like that.
Seven-judge panel will pick the winner using scores of 9.99, with 9.98 befitting the runner-up. Maddie Wiersma looking for all 9.99s tonight. Nice flash kick. And Maddie does a great job of mixing together the weapons manipulations like that with her tricking and kicking skills. Beautiful example, closing out that combo with a gainer. .360 release. And amazing for these competitors to be competing at such a high level on a big stage like the Battle of Atlanta at such a young age. Massive 360 from behind the back. And Maddie Wiersma electrifying the crowd with her sword form.
That was a great adjustment. It looked like it started to get away from her, but she was able to track it and adjust.
Excellent job, ladies. Excellent job. Before we go on to scoring, we are now going to be seeing the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship Boys Weapon with your first competitor being Michael Molina.
And so a lot of times, a lot of their releases can look like it's a great save.
Mr. Showtime himself.
So those two ladies will be competing against one another, but before we go to the judges for scoring, we're going to go ahead and show off the boys competition as well. So this is another showdown between the extreme and the traditional. The boys being scored separately from the girls, but for efficiency, they all perform in sequence. Michael Molina now on stage representing Team Showtime. Michael has really stepped up his tricking skills recently and showing it off with a touchdown raised cork. A new haircut for Michael Molina this weekend, too.
Yes, and you know, the last time I actually saw him, he has grown quite a bit. And I always found that to be a challenge for our younger competitors because you can gain, you know, grow a few inches over the summer or over the winter, and all of a sudden you have to adjust this brand new body.
Huge release combo, closing it out with a triple. A little Ben Jones inspiration on that trick, right into the cart full. Mixing in some foundational martial arts striking, and right back to the flash, double spin. Under the leg. And catches it behind the head, blind with a hook punch. Michael Molina multitasking his way through tricks and thrilling the crowd here in Atlanta.
And his competitor this evening, Malachi Randall.
And we see Michael Molina get intense, but he seemed a little extra energetic at the end of that form.
Pep there.
His opponent, the traditionalist of the division, been on stage multiple times this year for the traditional weapons discipline, Malachi Randall of Top 10 Team USA. Malachi actually exclaiming the name of his form. Sometimes that's uncommon in the traditional weapons division because a lot of competitors use traditional techniques and create their own choreography to optimize it for competition. But it seems this is a variation of a true passed down through generations traditional bow form. Of course, a modern take on it.
Yes.
And Malachi, as a competitor that has already gone through his growth spurt that typically happens as competitors enter that 12-13 age group, really does a great job of using his body and his power to his advantage in this division. And right there showing off some finesse as well. A little behind the back pass for a little bit of added flair.
So far, this is looking pretty clean.
Nice power on that swing combination. And Malachi Randall with a powerful performance to make his bid for the overall grand championship.
And now let's have all four competitors back on stage for scoring. We're going to start with the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship girls. And your first competitor to be scored is Olivia Cano. Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, and 9.9.
We see some great sportsmanship there as Olivia Cano gets a majority of 9.98, suggesting she'll place in second. A fist bump from her teammate. And our winner this evening, Madeline Wiersma.
9.99, 9.98, and 9.99 for Madeline Wiersma, making the winner of the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship, Madeline Wiersma. Now we're going to go to the boys before we present the awards. Your first competitor up for scoring is Michael Molina. Judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99.
The fist bump tells you everything you need to know for Michael Molina.
9.99 and 9.99.
A majority of 9.99s, and he will take home a W alongside Maddie Wiersma.
And his competitor, Malachi Randall. Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, and 9.99 for Malachi Randall, making the winner of the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship Boys Weapons, Michael Showtime Molina.
Michael Showtime Molina takes the win.
Bob Leiker and Mark
My sources tell me his 5th consecutive appearance on the Battle of Atlanta stage.
That's quite a run right there.
You guys can cheer.
I mean, this is difficult to do, let alone once.
And all in the 13 and under age group.
Wow.
Excellent job, excellent job.
And after a quick photo op, our champions take the stage. Leave the stage, I should say.
We're going to be moving into the 14 to 17 NASCA Overall Grand Championship Girls Forms. Your first competitor is Alice Grosh.
Let's go, Alice.
And so we transition from the youth to the junior, now in the 14 to 17 age group. This is the Junior Girls Forms Overall Grand Championship. The extreme competitor this evening, Alice Gross. Representing Tiger Rock Martial Arts. Alice is a crossover athlete that also competes in cheerleading at a very high level. She mobilizes her acrobatic talent for some kick tricking in the martial arts arena.
You're starting to see that more and more today with multi-sport athletes out here in the martial arts. Some excelling in cheerleading, of course, football, basketball, track as well. And I think that it does give you an advantage in your other sports being a martial arts black belt.
Beautiful side kick there from Alice. And I know we called Alice the extreme competitor this evening, but those butterfly kicks 2 in a row telling me that she qualified for this grand championship coming out of the creative division. Basically, the different rules in that division, meaning that you cannot invert your body while you're airborne, nor can you spin more than 360 degrees in the air. A very impressive feat to make it all the way to the grand championship coming from that division with some limitations on difficulty. Alice Gross proving that you can do it with an excellent performance tonight.
Competitor coming to the stage, Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
Alice waiting for her fellow competitor out of respect to bow and give the stage to Sofia. And now a formidable opponent. Sofia Rodriguez Flores has been dominant coming out of the traditional forms division. Numerous divisional grand championships for traditional forms, as well as plenty of overall grands to boot. Representing Team Infinity. Announcing her kata, Chibana Kusanku. For those of you tuning in new to the martial arts, kata, the Japanese term for form, simply put. And unlike traditional weapons, Mallory, where we talked about how competitors will often select their own choreography using traditional movements, in the traditional forms category, competitors much more commonly stick to one of those forms or kata that have been passed down for many generations.
Exactly. You know, you have many of the judges that are very familiar with the kata that's being performed. So you can't really make any modifications for, on this form because they know exactly what it's supposed to look like.
And that's why the strategy becomes so fascinating, because you can watch two competitors do the same form and notice some substantial differences. It's the same techniques, but changes in pacing, changes in the way that they do their transitions, the way they generate their power. Really fascinating part of this art to study.
And at this stage, it's the tiniest of mistakes. There's a difference between first and second place and grand championship.
And Sophia, just a master of pacing and controlling the audience. Clean landing on the jump technique there.
And as you mentioned, not only with the pacing, but a lot of this is in maturity of the competitor, knowing when to take your time, knowing when to hold that ki, keeping the audience in the palm of your hand.
And in any traditional performance, the power that the competitor is able to show, all the more important. A variety of techniques to do that. Sometimes you hear the way that they rattle the stage, stomping intentionally in some places while stepping more cat-like in others. The way they breathe, the way they snap their uniform. And then your highlights like that jumping front kick there.
I mean, also just looking into her eyes, the intensity that she's showing. You can see the opponents in front of her.
A beautiful kata by Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
And once again, before we get the scoring for the ladies, we'll have a look at the boys competition.
Grand Championship boys forms. Your first competitor is going to be Judah Sagawa.
We talk about Sophia's dominance now in the 14-17 boys forms. Overall Grand Championship. Judah Sagawa has been a force to be reckoned with. Coming out of the extreme division. His level of tricking skill so far ahead of his age. Representing Team Freestyle. Hailing from sunny San Diego, California.
Looking for a big opening pass here.
Massive full snafu. That's a backflip with a full twist, a kick, and then one more full twist. And look at the extension on that hand combination. That's one thing I love about Judah. It's not just the tricking. He brings some solid martial arts techniques to the table too.
And sometimes it's that little detail, such as locking out those punches, that judges like to see.
3 swing through corks. That's a backflip with a full twist off one foot 3 times in a row, Mallory. Big D-leg to get to the other side of the stage. Closing moments here for Sagawa. Nothing like a clean Webster to end the form, and Judah Sagawa delivers yet again. Some extra hype from Judah at the end of that form. Competitors are going for it tonight.
Hearing that ki over his music.
Now taking the stage, representing Team INMAC, Mitchell Street. And as we work our way through the junior competition, everybody under the age of 17, they uniquely deal with this strange circumstance of in the overall Grand Championships, this head-to-head matchup between the traditional and the extreme. in years past, and it's been this way for a few years on the North American Sport Karate Association World Tour now. But I remember back when I was competing as a junior, you would have boys and girls together, so you would have divisions that are 4 deep, and it just makes for a different dynamic. This head-to-head, mano-a-mano of traditional versus extreme is really difficult for the judges. And the way that I describe it to people is you kind of have to compare the traditional performance to all the traditional performances that you've ever seen, and the extreme to all the extreme that you've ever seen. And that's really the only way to compare the two of them and make a decision as a judge.
And also with that comparison, because of the age groups, if you have a top competitor that's a rival, you're going to be seeing them over and over and over and over again.
And in the 13 and under weapons category, we've already seen a couple of extreme martial artists take home wins tonight. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues now in the teenage category. Mitchell Street trying to say something about it with this power, though. Beautiful jumping technique. The goal being for everything to land in unison. Especially important on stage, because if you're landing 1 foot at a time or hands before the feet or anything like that, the judges hear it.
You will hear it, and it's quiet here.
Beautiful snap on that side kick. Got to be a true martial artist to appreciate the basics like that, Mallory. Just a good side kick.
The thing is that when you hit something like that and you hear that uniform pop, you know, perfect. But that's move X out of X.
The crowd getting into it as we get ready for another big moment. Great shot of that head-on intensity for Mitchell Street. Looking to find a path to victory this evening.
Mitchell Street. Let's have all 4 competitors back up for scoring. And while they're making their way up there, let's make some noise for these amazing martial artists.
And again, keep in mind, fans watching from home, boys and girls being scored separately. 2 different overall grand championships up for grabs.
Championship girls forms. And your first competitor is going to be Alice Grosh, and judges score.
Public address announcer Reed Presley calling out the scores.
9.98, 9.98.
And based on that fourth 9.98, the judge is flipping the script now, and it is going to be a 6-1 decision in favor of the traditionalist Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
Sofia Rodriguez Flores, judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.98 for Sofia Rodriguez Flores, making the winner of the 13-17 overall Grand Championship Girls Forms, Sofia Rodriguez Flores.
Another W in the win column for Sofia.
Now we're going to be going to the scores for the boys overall Grand Championship boys forms, with the first score being for Judah Sagawa. Judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, and 9.98 for Judah Sagawa.
Check the math.
Judges give us a little bit more suspense on that one, but it'll look like a narrow win for Sagawa. Unless some tens fly, Mallory.
Score.
Always a possibility.
9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, 9.99, 9.98, and 9.99 for Mitchell Street. I believe that is a split, but still Judah Sagawa is your winner for the 14-17 NASCA Overall Grand Championship Boys.
So by 1/100th of a point, a 4-3 split between the judges. Judah Sagawa takes home another overall grand championship.
The Toronto Tournament of Martial Arts Champions. Excellent job, excellent job.
Quick photo op with the promoters of the Toronto International Tournament of Martial Arts Champions, the Politi brothers. Always do a great job hosting some really high quality seminars at their event.
Excellent job.
Yeah, that's one thing I really like about the Toronto Championships is you see the seminars that you can take advantage of by attending that great tournament.
Challenge. Your first competitor is going to be Team Paul Mitchell Weapons.
Now, Mallory, we shift to one of my favorite events. This is the Team Synchronized Showdown, a grand championship between the winners of some of the synchronized elimination divisions. First up, Ben Jones and Esteban Tremblay of Team Paul Mitchell getting the crowd involved.
Now, give us a quick rundown what is different about this competition for Team Sync.
Well, in addition to difficulty and performance value, the judges are also going to be looking for how synchronized these competitors are. Almost every move should be executed at the same time. And Ben and Esteban electing to go a cappella and show off just how in sync they are with their bow form. And that's one thing that is so crazy about synchronized bow forms in particular, is the bows rotating at the same speed midair, the catches happening at the same time. Including that double spin catch. And it's okay to be a little out of sync for a second if you're doing something like that. Passing the bows back and forth. Jones to Tremblay. Finishing move, a double spin, and Team Paul Mitchell sticks it to stake their claim at a synchronized grand championship.
That's a perfect example of what Team Sync is.
From the crowd.
They're even celebrating in sync.
All right, and now we're moving to their competitors, Team AKA.
And definitely some storylines going into this one. Ben Jones also competes in the synchronized forms category alongside another teammate in Dawson Holt. They had a mistake in the eliminations, which took them out of the running, but ultimately suffering a loss to this Team AKA team. Now Ben alongside Esteban trying to avenge that loss. And Joe Troya and Colin O'Brien of Team AKA trying to get the crowd into it by making it shirts versus skins. Taking the gi top off, of course, a little homage to the great Team AKA syncs of the past. Brendan Hewer and company also choosing to go shirtless. These gentlemen known for high-speed hand combinations. Looking to ride that, and they're tricking to victory. Double full. Troya unfortunately takes a fall. We'll see if they can recover from here. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, I don't like the look of that at all, Mallory.
No.
Looks like Joe Troya might have suffered an injury on that last landing. But he shakes it off and says, let's continue. And there's the bow out.
No, oh no, no.
You hate to see that.
Team AKA.
Never want to see a competition end that way. You got to love the heart from Joe Troya to try to shake it off and say, let's go for it. But you also got to love Colin O'Brien recognizing, hey man, you're not okay.
Yeah.
Let's bow out.
I mean, that's a good teammate that knows for you that, look, something happened, you could actually make it worse. Let's go ahead and live to fight another day.
A well-earned ovation from the crowd. Everybody wishing Joe Troya well.
All right, we'll go to scores for the first team, which is Team Paul Mitchell. Judges score.
Doesn't have to be stated, but of course, never the way that Paul Mitchell wants to get a win in this division.
9.99, 9.99.
They'll take it as a formality.
9.99, 9.99, and 9.99 across the board for Team Paul Mitchell. And now we'll be moving to the scores for Team AKA Judges score. And we have 9.98, 9.98.
You see Joe Troya just wincing, taking a step there to bow for the scores. So we hope he gets the attention that he needs and a speedy recovery for Joe Troya as we approach the U.S. Open here in just a few weeks, hoping it's nothing too serious.
It looks like the trouble came on that landing. If I could just go back in my memory of it, you know, seeing him land, you could tell something wasn't right.
Is Hunter Lyon, promoter of the Warrior Cup Grand Nationals.
So an award presentation. Both of these teams winners this evening.
Let's give it up for these teams one more time.
You know, Mallory, that's something that's really important for the fans at home to understand, is that these athletes that are going out there and doing such a high level of tricking, going for such a high degree of difficulty, the height that they're getting in the air, the amount of torque on their joints from the twisting, there's a great deal of risk.
Very much so.
Yes, Katarina is our women's sparring winner. Now, I know you didn't get to compete tonight, but take me through your journey from the start of the weekend to this moment right now.
So, I mean, the weekend starts on Thursday. Luckily, I didn't have anything, so we just went on Friday. There was open weight and team fights, which went amazing. You know, Katana and I were up here last night, got to fight together, got to win team fights. My results for open weight weren't as I pictured, but Katana still took it home, which I'm super happy about. And then today we had our divisions, our respective heavyweight and lightweight overall, which we both absolutely killed, and then met for finals for the overall.
So how do you have to change your mindset from competing with Katana yesterday to competing against her tonight?
I mean, it's definitely a big switch. Like, we have great chemistry, but it takes some time to just kind of focus separately, knowing that we're both amazing athletes, and I trust her game and she trusts my game. But it's a big switch, but I think we're used to it at this point, being both up there pretty frequently. But we're used to it. It's good.
Well, what's next for you?
U.S. Open is the next one. We got a month to go. Florida, we're coming. Katana and I will be there.
Well, good luck. Congratulations on your win. We'll be back right after this.
All right, how are we doing so far? Oh, no, I need you guys
we welcome you back after a word from our friends at Century Martial Arts, making tonight's live stream possible. We also want to give a huge shout out to Equipped by Reed and Cole Presley, their initiative to help the next generation of martial arts champions. They're doing a special giveaway here at the Battle of Atlanta. If you go ahead and scan that QR code with another device, don't step away from the stream, grab your iPhone and scan it on the TV right now. If you scan that QR code, you'll be eligible for a giveaway for a number of prizes, including free private lessons as part of the Equipped program with these two champions. And trust me, if anybody can talk about how talented Reed and Cole Presley are, it's the guy that had to compete against them all the time.
That's true. Every stage set, former Battle of Atlanta, it was all of you all up there together. And I think this is a great thing that both of the brothers are doing. And I can't wait to see how far they take it.
And you'll be entered for a
and equipped an awesome example of how you can take sport martial arts after your competitive career and continue to find a way to give back to the community, make it a career for yourself. Reed and Cole doing a phenomenal job with that project.
Yes, indeed. I actually like this camera view we have of our athletes coming to the stage as they prepare in the ready area.
An underbelt showcase. One thing you got to love about the Battle of Atlanta, giving these young athletes before the black belt division often don't get a chance to come up on the big stage, giving them an opportunity to share their skills. Briggs Hollingsworth, remember the name, getting his debut here at the Battle of Atlanta. Another competitor hailing from Georgia.
Yeah, this has got to be huge for him.
Got some speed on those hand combos, Briggs. Let's see what he's got in his tricking bag. Cart full. Much to the delight of the crowd.
Yeah, they're doing nothing but encouraging this young man to keep going higher and higher. Nice little high kick right there.
Look at the depth on that stance after.
That's true, high to a deep stance like that.
What's he got for the corner pass? Sticks the back tuck. And a beach twist. Briggs is bringing it. An intense extreme performance from one of our underbelt champions, Briggs Hollingsworth.
All right, now, and another competitor coming to the stage for the All-Stars is Miss Layla.
Now we get to see an underbelt traditionalist take the stage.
So serious. All business.
Layla Pak from the Chop House in Orlando, Florida.
I like that name.
And one thing you love to see from an underbelt on a stage like this is the focus. Sometimes with an inexperienced competitor, you see the eyes start to dart around when they're on a big stage. Layla as focused as can be right now.
I mean, the stage is different. You have these lights pouring down there. You look up, everybody's looking at you. So it's easy to get distracted just for even a brief second.
You can see why she's a grand champion. Solid execution on a black belt level kata.
Yes.
Even hearing some reactions from the crowd. Typically in a traditional form, the crowd keeps some golf vibes, keeps it quiet.
Keeps it quiet.
But you know it's good when you're hearing some people like, oh wow.
You see, you hear that. And I know she can hear that on the stage.
And her first roar, or kiai in martial arts terms, met with a roar from the crowd. Gotta love the soul claps leading up to the big jumps. And she sticks it. A beautiful job by Miss Layla.
Let's give it up for Miss Layla.
If you're tuning into our stream from Orlando, Florida, show some love in the chat.
Of the All-Stars Underbelt division is Carly.
Let's go, Carly! Carly Jenkins now taking the stage. Another underbelt traditionalist. representing Team Sharkey, competing out of Houston, Texas. Performing Popperin. If you don't hear her yell out the name of the kata, you can tell by that signature opening squat showing off the leg strength. Doing a good job of making that breathing really audible where the judges can hear it.
Big signature part of this form.
Getting a lot of crowd support after that knife hand chop. Something important to keep in mind for those watching from home, every technique in these traditional performances intended to simulate an actual self-defense technique. Blocking, striking, wrist grabs to pull an opponent into an attack, everything is a simulated combat situation.
It is the competitor's duty to, as they say, show you the opponent in this.
Beautiful execution on that front kick. And the extreme competitors should be doing the same when they're throwing the foundational martial arts technique. But when it's time for the flash, not necessarily something you'd use in a fight. But it sure is fun to watch right now.
It is indeed fun to watch. However, you know what? There's some people out there that will try to pull that.
Nice display of balance there for Carly. We have one more signature Popperin squat. And a very well performed kata by Carly Jenkins. Beautiful job.
Carly Jenkins. And let's please have Briggs, Layla, and Carly back to stage. Now, really quick, there is something in our sport that every competitor is chasing when they are doing a forms or weapons performance. Now, these competitors are not getting scored today by the judges, but I would like for you guys out there with the Sport Karate Zone scores to hold up some 10s for me real quick so they can feel what it's like to reach the peak of the forms and weapons competition. And here's your scores. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. Let's give it up for these fantastic all-star underbelt competitors one more time, as once again, they're the future of our sport. And now presenting their awards is Miss Marilyn Ader, Kevin Hammond, and Barry Jones.
So a great gesture there from our public address announcer, Reed Presley. The audience members holding scorecards brought to you by Sport Karate Zone so that they can let the judges know when they think somebody deserves a 9.99 or even a 10. Reed Presley saying, everybody hold up some 10s for the future of our sport. All of these champions this evening.
Let's make
Marilyn Ader, Kevin Hammond, Barry Jones, all instrumental parts here at the Battle of Atlanta presenting the awards.
All right. Now
Crowd is loving it here tonight.
To the 13 and under NASCA overall grand championship girls forms. Your first competitor of this division is going to be Amanda Duarte.
Now we transition to our next competition of the evening. The 1300 girls forms overall grand championship getting kick-started with a traditionalist, Amanda Duarte, representing Team Revolution. Hailing from Union, New Jersey. Do us a favor in the chat here live on YouTube. Go ahead and let us know where you are watching from this evening. If you pledge your allegiance to any competitor from your home state.
There's been a few fan favorites mentioned already in the chat.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be more comments rolling in support of Amanda Duarte. Such a respectful young lady with talent and skills to back up her reputation as one of the best in this division.
Yeah, when you see her on the circuit, she's always happy, got a smile on her face. She's always excited, loves to train. Definitely a little special shout out as we deal with Father's Day tomorrow. Her dad is always a huge supporter of her. Those two are inseparable. It's just beautiful to see them out there enjoying this experience.
And Amanda, another competitor who at such a young age, this understanding of how to control a crowd, how to pace a traditional kata in a way that's going to captivate the audience and hopefully the judges for her sake.
I mean, that's something that's just learned over time, you know, experience being on the stage, practicing this over and over.
And we talked about how sweet she is, but she is fierce with those key eyes. Did you hear the snap on that kick? Team Revolution, one of several teams on the circuit, sponsored by Century Martial Arts, our sponsors of the Battle Zone Championships this evening. Amanda showing off one of their Punok uniforms. WKF approved and also a staple here on the NASCAR World Tour. And Mallory, I am loving how much the crowd is getting into traditional performances tonight. That's not something you hear in every night show.
And you can tell they're paying attention because they know when to start that soul clap.
Exactly.
Let's give it up for Amanda.
A beautiful kata by Amanda Duarte.
And her competitor coming to the stage, Madeline Wiersma.
Shout out to the Quebec Open in the comments. Of course, tuning in from Quebec City, Canada. Shout out David, Claire, Sam, and the whole crew. Madeline Wiersma of Team Competitive Edge returning to the stage. Looking to go 2 for 2 on overall grand championships this evening. Coming at you from Cumming, Georgia. Nice choreography on the introductory moves, and off to the races for Maddie Wiersma. You'll see a lot of the Mackenzie Emery influence. Nice B-twist to the knee. Little Gumby into the gainer. Beautiful job by Maddie Wiersma. There's a signature Mackenzie Emery combo right on cue.
A little style there. I like that.
Love that style for Maddie Wiersma. And she is one of those competitors that does such a good job of nailing her foundational martial arts techniques, full extension, good stances, and the tricks to boot. And Maddie Wiersma with an intense extreme performance, seeking her second overall grand championship of the evening.
And now we'll be moving to the 13 and under NASCA Overall Grand Championship Boys Forms with the first competitor being Jet Kowalski.
Again, a separate division now as the boys take the stage. We will score 2 separate overall grand championships at the same time. Now for the 13 under boys forms overall grand championship, representing Team Raptor, Jet Kowalczyk. From Denver, Colorado. Of course, his father, Kevin Kowalczyk, has been a staple on NASCA stages. Was a great competitor, particularly in the 30-plus age group in recent years. Jet looking to follow in Dad's footsteps.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's great to see those guys out there enjoying their time. Since Dad can do it, I can do it too.
Aerial full, didn't need his hands on that cartwheel. Great extension on these hand combinations too. We've seen that from a lot of competitors tonight, Mallory, and that's great to see at the Grand Championship level. Great basics, because obviously Jet can fly like a jet.
I was wondering who was going to make the comparison first, you or I.
I love the use of that flash kick coming straight at the judges. You see a lot of competitors use that technique corner to corner. Nice side swipe, now getting into his corner pass. Oh, nice pull yet again. Nice switch front kick there from Jet. One more 540 to knee. And Jet Kowalczyk, an excellent performance to kickstart this Grand Championship competition.
And his competitor coming to the stage, Lukas Dravinskas.
Jet's opponent now taking the stage, Lukas Dravinskas. We saw him win his first career overall grand championship earlier this season at the Compete Internationals just outside of Los Angeles, California. Looking to make it happen once again here in Atlanta.
You know, once you get that taste for the stage, you want to be up there every single time.
He represents the Amerikick National Competition Team, hailing from Destin, Florida. Home of Holly Perry's Destin Open.
Nice little plug there.
And Lukas does something unique with his breathing that I'm noticing. Again, Mallory, I love being right up here stage side as opposed to being more removed further back in the booth like we normally are, because I'm hearing these prolonged exhalations, more so than you may hear from other competitors. And it might be Lukas's personal way of making sure that the judges hear the intensity, the power behind those breathing techniques.
Yeah, I'm really, as you mentioned, enjoying this vantage point, but not only the sight vantage, like you said, using the audio cues and everything that these competitors use, especially in these traditional forms.
And these cat stances that we've seen a lot of the traditional competitors using this evening, more difficult than the uneducated viewer may give it credit for. Competitors putting the majority of their weight on that back leg, bending that back knee, supporting themselves as they're throwing these techniques at high speed. Very difficult to do.
Just as there are a few in the audience say, oh, that doesn't look too hard. Go ahead and try it. But record it first and, you know, post the results for us.
And if you're an audience member that's offended by the fact that I said uneducated, go try a martial arts class. You will no longer be uneducated. Speaking of stances, parallel to the ground there, beautiful. These slow movements always to be followed up by an explosive moment. Crescent kick, turn into the jumping front kick, and another nice deep stance there by Lukas Dravinskis. A strong super NP for Lukas Dravinskis, seeking another overall grand championship.
Now let's have all competitors back up for scoring. All right, let's make some noise for all 4 of these competitors. All right, we are gonna start with the girls for the 13 and under NASCA overall grand championship forms division. Your first competitor for scores is Amanda Duarte. Judges score.
Time for some scoring. And you can tell by the smile, it looks like Amanda Duarte has enough to secure victory.
9.99, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.99 for Amanda Duarte. And now, up for scores.
It was quite the celebration ringside.
I like that.
Judges score.
We're going to have to get the lore on that one after the show.
9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, and 9.98 for Madeline Wiersma, making the winner of the 13 and under NASCA overall championship.
So Maddie Wiersma, the runner-up this time, an overall grand champion previously in the evening. But the moment right now belongs to Amanda Duarte, who shows love to a big cheering section to the side of the stage.
Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.98 for Jet Kowalczyk.
Based on those scores, looks like the judges are rolling with the traditionalists this time around.
Lukas Dravinskis, judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99.
And all those nines being called out by Reed Presley means that Lukas Dravinskis is your overall grand champion of the 13 and under boys forms division.
Great sportsmanship shown by those 2 young competitors.
Boys forms. And presenting the award is Alex Reyes and Tony Hasana, Power Baby.
Alex Reyes presenting the girls award.
Looks like a power ring.
With the power ring at Point Fighter approved events. And she's getting a t-shirt. Tony Hamsani, head coach of Team Legend, presenting the boys award. Oh, power rings for both competitors in this division, the boys and the girls.
Yes. You guys got to get closer. You know the drill.
Mallory, can you give us your best power, baby?
Power, baby. He does it much better than me.
Oh, nobody does it like Alex Ray.
Weapons. Looks like we're going to be in the 14-17 NASCA overall grand
Congratulations to Amanda Duarte and Lucas Stravinskis.
First competitor.
Back to the teenagers for the next one, Mallory.
And a familiar face coming back to the stage again.
Not just a familiar face, but a familiar rivalry.
Yes.
We have seen this matchup time and time again. Sofia Rodriguez Flores taking the stage first. Her challenger, Avery Presley. Sofia, the traditionalist, oftentimes on stage, but also a multi-talented martial artist. She competes in the CMX, the Creative Musical Extreme divisions. She fights at a very high level.
She could do it all.
Sofia, one of those competitors that loves to bring the music to her traditional performances. Early as you're hearing these movements timed up with sound effects in the music. Sofia with a very nice rhythm to her striking combinations.
Man, as you mentioned before, the music is helping tell the story of this kata.
Transition to the horse stance there, then a jump spin.
That's one opponent that's not getting up.
And a great example of Sofia's choreography there, waiting for the change in the music. Another signature move of hers, balance move into the side kick. Intense performance from Sofia Rodriguez Flores, looking to win her second overall grand championship of the evening.
And her competitor this evening, coming to the stage, Avery Presley.
You know, as you mentioned before, you said that there's a rivalry here. And, you know, I believe you need that as a competitor because you can only go far for yourself. But when you have someone that's pushing you, you both are going to get better.
And always important to point out as martial arts competitors, a respectful rivalry. Yes. When we say rivalry, there's not any bad blood. No. These are just two competitors that meet for this grand championship all the time. So now Avery Presley, of course, representing Team Paul Mitchell, hailing from Lebanon, Tennessee, not San Antonio, Texas.
I was going to ask about that.
Avery off to the races. She's known for her speed with that bow. She's also known for that 540 to the knee spin. Such a smooth combination. Nice box cutter release to the behind the back. Now the flash kick to the corner. Right into the strike. Another signature move coming up. Blind catch into the powerful swing. And one more catch behind the back for Avery Presley. Speeding her way through that bow form. And seeking another overall grand championship.
All right, and now we're going to be moving into the 14-17 NASCA overall grand championship boys weapons. Your first competitor coming to the stage is Gavin Tallaright.
Now, once again, these next two gentlemen competing against each other, not up against the ladies. Running two separate divisions and then scoring them on stage at the same time. Gavin Tallaright, representing Team Competitive Edge, making an attempt at this 14-17 boys weapons overall grand championship. Huge X out as he passes the bow between the legs. Gavin Tallaright, a bow student of a couple of the Presley brothers, training with Reed and Jake Presley. Nice double spin with a lefty catch into the beach whisk. Two and a half spins with a catch behind the back, and then sticking the catch on that 360 zero gravity. Hyper full. Love that old school pose to the front. Throwing the bow over his back. One more double spin. And Gavin Tallaright.
Gavin Tallaright.
A high-speed, high-difficulty bow performance.
I just noticed something that we didn't have last night. We do have an overhead camera, and sometimes we're getting good shots, and you can see from the top that it's a great job at the control room. You can see that pass as, you know, from the ceiling as it comes down, showing you exactly how difficult that is to catch in midair.
Ben Kugia now taking the stage. Representing Team AKA. Ben with a couple of traditional weapons wins under his belt this season. Also choosing to go choreographed with the music.
Yeah, and all this music is just powerful. It's just hitting you right in the chest.
This choreography is something that Ben is known for in just about every division he competes in with music. He really spends his time making sure that his form matches the vibe of the music as well as sticking the beats. Intensity, one of the things that stands out most about his bow form. Jump spin, adding some difficulty. And Ben Kugia using a combination of intensity, speed, and choreography to make his bid at a grand championship tonight.
Now let's have all four competitors back. back up for scoring. We'll be starting with the 14 to 17-year-old.
Again, the boys and girls here being scored separately. First, we'll see scores for Avery and Sophia.
Let's make some noise for these awesome competitors.
And it's this moment, you don't know exactly which way it's going to go. This is the most nerve-wracking moment for these
competitor up for scoring is Sophia Rodriguez Flores, and
Mallory, as a competitor, there's nothing worse than when there's a technical difficulty and you're stuck standing up there waiting to see what's going to happen.
Everything's going in your head. Did I nail that trick? Were my fingers close? Was the stance right?
9.98 and 9.98 for Sophia Rodriguez Flores.
It sounds like Sophia Rodriguez Flores will be on the better end of a split decision victory.
Avery Presley, judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.99 for Avery Presley, making the winner.
Sophia and Avery may be setting a record for the number of 4-3 splits between them. They go both directions. It's pretty amazing. Tonight, the champion, Sophia Rodriguez Flores of Team Infinity, 2 grand championships on the evening.
Grand Championship boys weapons. Your first competitor up for scoring is Gavin Dollarite. Judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.98, 9.98. 9.99, 9.99.
Hear the crowd reacting to every individual score.
Yes, no.
And it sounds like he will get enough 9.99s to win it.
Competitor up for scoring is Ben Cuccia. Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.99, 9.99, 9.98. 9.98 and 9.98 for Ben Cuccia.
And a good effort for Ben Cuccia. But tonight our winner is Gavin Dollarite.
Gavin Dollarite. Presenting the awards is Christine Bannon Rodriguez, promoter of the Ocean State Grand Nationals in Warwick, Rhode Island. Let's make some noise for these amazing competitors one last time.
And being in the junior division, Gavin might not get any dollars for this win, but certainly riding a high tonight.
That was very nice. That was very professional.
Forgive me, everyone. It's a Dollarite pun.
All right, now on Wednesday, we had something that was very exciting for this tournament, very exciting for our sport. We had an action stunt camp that took place where athletes trained for, I believe, like 6 or 8 hours. They trained all day really hard, getting to work on all kinds of things. And so please turn your attention to the screen for a recap to get a glimpse of the action.
Okay, hold on, that's not loud enough. Let me hear if you're awake. That's right. Listen, I get it, we're about halfway through. It gets a little long, but let me hear you guys. I'm gonna say B-O-A, and you guys are gonna chant B-O-A. Got it? Let's see which side is loudest. Ready, and B. Hold on. They could do better. I promise. One more time, and nice. All right, so as as you guys heard, we did the Action Experience, a 6-hour crash course into stunt work. And we're not just talking about movies or film. We're talking about video games. We're talking about live shows. These kids, adults, it doesn't matter what age or ability you come from, they had a place here at Action and they absolutely crushed it. So we are gonna show you how martial artists have the upper hand and not just sell the hit, they sell the story like we see in the movies. Excuse me? I'm sorry, excuse me? I'm sorry, excuse me?
You heard what I said. I said anybody can do this.
All right, hold on. Fair enough. All right. Show me what you're made of. Uh-oh. Too far.
Told you.
How about you pick on somebody your own size?
No, wait.
And stay down. Did I mention pro wrestling is also something that we have an upper hand in? Where's Ernest Miller? Huh? Now, as you guys saw, this is end scene. Everybody got a thumbs up? We're all good? We're all safe? Thanks, guys. So, we have all ages, abilities, backgrounds, dancers, we have gymnasts, we have kids, we have adults, people that flew in from New York, Chicago, Michigan, all over, just to hone in on those skills that we as martial artists already have. And I am so proud of them. Can I give them one more round of applause? Yes. If you are interested in also seeing what you're made of, we have officially partnered with Century Martial Arts, and we will be doing the Action 3-day boot camp at the Century headquarters for the first time ever, hosting an event at Century, teaching you how to unlock that next journey for you. Now, what you saw, do not try this at home, so that's why I'm gonna do this here. One more. And scene. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of Battle of Atlanta, the rest of the show. Good job, guys. You want to help him out? Go get him.
And so a great performance there from the Action Stunt Workshop crew. Juliana Ramos-Ortiz and Justin Ortiz putting on a show for us. And you might recognize those uniforms from the Cobra Kai series.
For the next division.
And of course, we got to shoot a quick promo, as you see on screen, with that animated version of me for Sport Karate Zone. I want to give a huge shout out to Mike Brumet for everything that he does for Sport Karate Zone, helping us gather content at these events. We would not be able to do what we do without his contributions. And that's really what Sport Karate Zone is all about. It's all about giving back to the community and providing more recognition for the athletes in this sport. So after the Battle of Atlanta is over, if you want to go back and watch performances, fights from the last couple of years, that's what the Sport Karate Zone YouTube channel is all about, as well as bringing you podcasts so that you can see inside the lives of some of these high-level sport karate competitors, whether it's the Clean Truth with Ben Jones and Dawson Holt, whether it's the Jax Rudolph podcast, or maybe we'll even bring back the Kick Chicks podcast cast with Gabrielle Rudolph and Sammy Smith sometime soon. That's just a little taste of everything that you can get from Sport Karate Zone.
All right. Looks like it's time to actually battle as we move into the 18 and over Class AA NASCA Overall Grand Championship Black Belt Men Lightweight Point Sparring, as we're going to have Tyreek Saint versus Jose Malacona. Let's please have Tyreek Saint hit the stage. How can you better than that? Make some noise for him. All right, his competitor, Jose Latona with Team Paul Mitchell. Let's hit the stage and make some noise.
And Mallory, now we get set for the men's lightweight point sparring overall grand championship. For those of you that are new to watching point sparring, it is all about the fighter who can land the cleaner technique first. 1 point for hand techniques, 2 points for kicking techniques, and 3 points for a jump spinning kick to the head. This is a highly anticipated matchup. It's two teams that have a little bit of history with each other. Top 10 Team USA for Tyreek Saint, our first contender, bouncing and ready to go in the black helmet with gold gloves. Meanwhile, his opponent, Enrique Latona of Team Paul Mitchell, in the white helmet.
This will be a 2.
This is going to be a great fight right here. Expect to see Tyreek with a lot of movement, but of course Enrique on the other side with all of those great kicks. Of course, kicks are worth double what you would get with hand techniques. However, that doesn't mean the advantage is always at the kicker.
You change pretty quick, sir.
And you're right, Mallory, a great stylistic matchup. Tyreek Saint loves that speedy blitz. Enrique Latona loves that lead leg kick. Enrique Latona coming out of the welterweight side of the lightweight bracket. Tyreek Saint, a true lightweight. Enrique Latona defeating Bailey Murphy in the welterweight grand championship to get here. Tyreek Saint looking to avenge his best friend and teammate.
Lots of movement coming right out the gate, man.
We saw this matchup at the Diamond Nationals last year where Enrique Latona pulled off a huge comeback win. Saint duck under back fist.
I mean, the timing involved in that, you got to watch out for that deadly front leg of Enrique. And Tyreek just goes underneath it and pops him with the back fist.
You saw Saint do a quick double take as he was moving there, making sure he's not stepping out of bounds. You do get a penalty point for stepping out of bounds.
And there's no warning, instant penalty point.
Beautiful back fist for Tyreek Saint. He's got a 2-0 advantage early. 2 2-minute rounds in this matchup.
Looks like Saint's trying to bait him again for kicking over him, ducking under. But Latona looks like he's going to just stay with the kicks checked in right now. Moving, throwing a quick side kick, no confirmation on the judges as the competitors keep going.
Latona searching for that side kick on the hip of Saint. Saint playing good defense so far.
Well, one thing to be wary of, he shot that kick to the hip 2 times. I wouldn't be surprised if he throws a hook kick. Oh, great bridge hand over the top by Saint.
Saint's timing is impeccable right now, finding that perfect moment to take off and catch Latona. That kick by Latona gets blocked by Saint, and then Latona connects with the hands.
Just before that side kick of Saint landed.
Latona now starting to headhunt a little bit. He worked the hip early, wasn't getting any connection. Now trying to go up top.
Good body punch with no confirmation on the judges.
Good reaction from Latona there to throw a reverse punch of his own and get the clash.
One other thing that does, set this fight there, you got Saint with the left side forward, Latona with the right side forward. That takes away that midsection. The only target is his head for that front leg kick. That could be frustrating Latona a little bit.
3 seconds left in the first round.
Or it could be a strategy by Saint by taking away that closed stance.
And both fighters, a few seconds left in that round, but both fighters seem pretty content to go to the chair for their 1-minute break, with Saint leading 4-1. not the volume of kicking that we would normally see from Enrique Latona. Yes, he was kicking a lot, but a lot of times his output of kicking is a lot higher. I would expect him to turn up the output in the second round.
I think that's exactly what Coach Damian Gilbert is telling him right there. We need to turn it up a little bit. But it's also, you know, he was making some reads and everything. And the same thing is true, even though Saint's off the chair right there. El Javacator is probably telling him, you know, keep doing what you're doing. It's working. Keep getting those fakes and use your speed. I'm willing to bet that's the advice that both coaches gave their fighters, and let's see how they can interpret it.
You see Enrique very relaxed in the chair, even cracking a smile as he's talking to Coach Damon Gilbert. Staying calm and collected as he attempts a comeback.
There's that volume of kicks you wanted. And a jam on the kick with the left hand, followed by a ridge hand with the right.
That was textbook execution from Tyreek Saint.
Oh,
center referee saw Latona slide in a kick. The other judges did not confirm. You need a majority to score. That time Latona slides in the side kick for 2.
Oh,
head kick Latona.
There's that head kick. And it's a brand new game.
Just like that, we are knotted at 5. That is what a dangerous kicker like Latona can do. Another side kick Latona. Flashbacks to Minneapolis.
Saint still still calm in this match.
Justin Ortiz thought that one got in. The other judges don't confirm.
Don't forget, Tyreek Saint won that team sparring match last night at the last second. He's calm in the pocket right now.
1 minute remaining.
Latona connecting with the hands. 3-point lead, a minute to fight. Latona over the top and misses. Great dodge there by Saint.
Unfortunately, he put himself in a position where he could not counter after that kick.
The back fist from Saint landed before the round kick of Latona. Latona gets the back fist while he's got a leg in the air.
That was pretty speedy.
3-point lead for Latona. Saint takes off. No call on the exchange.
30 seconds to go. Saint has to make up a 3-point deficit.
No call on that exchange. Both fighters are a little unlucky with some missed calls on the last couple of clashes.
Judges are moving, giving the better angles.
When I say missed calls, I mean no calls. I'm not suggesting the judges missed it. And Latona 2 points. Saint frustrated. 10 seconds to fight. A 5-point lead for Latona.
Time's gonna
As
expire.
time expires, Enrique Latona, your lightweight overall grand champion, taking out 2 of Top 10 Team USA's finest in his last 2 fights. And El Rey reigns supreme.
I think we spoke of this last night. That rivalry has been born here at the battle, and it's only going to heat up.
You gotta love it. Friday night fights, of course, belong to Top 10 Team USA, winning the team sparring. Bailey Murphy winning the open weight. Team Paul Mitchell trying to flip the script here on Saturday. Enrique Latona off to a strong start, winning the lightweight overall. And we're gonna get another one of these grudge matches for the heavyweights.
Stay tuned. We're not done.
Quick photo opportunity for Enrique Latona.
Good to see Joe Corley on stage, who originally created the Battle of Atlanta 57 years ago, if I remember right, from the open.
Excellent job. All right.
And job is not finished for Enrique Latona as Jesse Ray brings us the virtual fight tour last man standing. He will fight the winner of the heavyweight overall grand championship.
Job not done.
It looks like it is Kevin Walker versus Kareem Abdullah.
Now, if you were tuned in with us last night, as we just take a little bit of a laugh, this is the 3rd time that Kevin Walker and Kareem Abdullah are going to meet in this weekend. There have been, let's say, a few extra things that have happened in the matches. Maybe a little gamesmanship. Nope, it looks like a true switch of chairs. Sometimes when you come on the ring, when you come in the ring, you walk around, and you know you may walk over to your opponent's side. Looks like that we are switching chairs here. Top 10 moving over to the left. Damon Gilbert and John Paul Mitchell on the right side.
Kareem Abdullah in the black and white of Team Paul Mitchell. Kevin Walker in the red, white, and blue of Top 10 Team USA.
Final round. So there is going to be 2 2-minute rounds.
Just like the other overall grand championship, 2 2-minute rounds. Lots of history between these two fighters just in the last 24 hours.
Did in the last fight. If you see something, say something.
Watch out for some extracurricular activity with these clashes.
Looks like we're ready.
Abdullah working a few fakes. Trying to get the leg going. Walker circles.
And one of the things Abdullah is doing is he's shooting that front leg to the body first. That's a body kick, but it hit the elbow.
Not enough.
Great movement on defense by Walker. And he slides in a defensive kick. 2-0 Walker.
I think that's a point coming for Abdullah, yes.
Nice back fist reverse punch combination by Abdullah.
Minute and a half remaining.
Coach Damon Gilbert calling for an exit, and he gets it. Out of bounds for Walker. We're not at 2. Good clash. Now Walker trying to get that leg going, and he slides in another 2-point kick.
This is a different
hand, Abdullah.
This is a different tactic that Walker was taking from the other two fights, attacking with his legs. We're back to 4-4, but it's worked out better for him than the other fights have.
Knotted at 4 after a back fist from Abdullah. Abdullah takes off. Fadeaway back fist from Walker. Abdullah landed first.
50 seconds remaining. Kareem leads.
Another clash.
Not enough.
If both fighters land at the same time, nobody scores. Abdullah first on that one.
6-4.
Good takeoff by Walker. Blocked by Abdullah.
1-point Walker, 6-5. Kareem still leads with 30 seconds remaining.
Back fisted that hit, though. I think Abdullah slid his head offline.
Still a lot of time in this first round, 20 seconds.
Oh, was that a kick from? No, but the punch was scored first.
Stiff reverse punch from Abdullah. 7-5, he leads. Back fist from Walker.
Walker, 6-7, less than 10 seconds.
Step in, and now it's tied up.
And that's time in the first round, and we are all tied up 7.
And you love the patience and poise of a veteran fighter in Kevin Walker, as Abdullah was trying to put on a little bit of pressure at the end of that round and see if he could put a scoring run together. Walker stood in the fire, was able to counter strike, and now we're knotted at 7. It's basically a 1-round fight.
Yes, indeed. And both men have seen the adjustment that each other have made. And it's sometimes what you feel in that ring. You know, you can sit and analyze the fight all last night, as I'm pretty sure these fighters did from the Friday night fights, and you think about, what am I going to do next time? However, you could have a different feel when you step in there again. Maybe, you know, maybe the opponent is a little bit tired. Maybe you're feeling really good. It all matters about this next 2 minutes.
One observation from that first round, the fighter that got their leg up first typically scored. The reverse punch from Abdullah connects. Another reverse punch. Abdullah starting the second round quick. Walker answers. Fadeaway back fist Walker. Abdullah scores on the offensive.
2-point advantage Abdullah. 1-point advantage Abdullah.
Back and forth we go.
Underneath goes Walker. Oh, wait a second.
Abdullah trying to get one of those kicks to connect.
I think
Justin Ortiz thought one landed on the hip. Kevin Walker, of course, disagrees.
22 seconds remaining.
Hard fall for Kareem Abdullah.
Yeah, due to the nature where he was at, he fell flat on his back. Looks like he just needed a minute just to compose himself.
1-point lead for Abdullah. Make it a tie game. Walker ties it.
15 seconds remaining.
And he steps in again.
Great counter back fist from Kevin Walker. Standing in front of that leg, and then beautiful follow through by Abdullah.
1 minute to go. Walker
back
with
fist,
the,
Abdullah.
Oh, wow.
I know, they're both throwing techniques.
Right, and that one was down the pipe. That was straight to the mouth of Kevin Walker.
Take a medic to the stage, medic to the stage.
So Kevin Walker walking off, holding one arm low as if it was maybe a shoulder injury of sorts. Of course, the Team Paul Mitchell sideline thinks he got rocked on that last exchange.
Yeah, I saw that go right down the pipe. The medic will be able to find this out for themselves. Abdullah staying loose by staying A lot of times if you have a break in the action like this, you know, you got to stay composed, you got to stay warm. It's tough to not do anything.
Abdullah with a 13-11 lead. If it is determined that Walker suffered a concussion and is unable to continue, Abdullah would be our winner. But if I know Kevin Walker, I've got a feeling he's going to bounce back from this.
I just heard, again, an advantage for being so close. I just heard he's got blood coming out of his mouth. He said by one of the head judges.
Okay, good to know. So we're not worried about a concussion.
No.
That's great news. That means this fight will continue no matter what.
Well, there was blood in their last exchange. Going the other way for Abdullah, it seems that Walker is sharing the same fate. Both men have left sweat in the ring, so how about a little blood as well?
These sidelines are going ballistic right now.
Not enough.
Back fist from Walker. The two-point kick slides in for Abdullah.
45 seconds remaining.
Abdullah still fighting behind that
Hook
leg.
kick by Walker. No.
Great follow by Abdullah. 16-11.
Body punch.
Abdullah.
He's starting to run away with it.
Damon Gilbert incensed that Walker is taking a moment here.
Walker biting down on his mouthpiece, and now it looks like he's throwing for power.
Head kick, Abdullah! Walker goes down. He takes a moment to recover. Abdullah back fist. Walker frustrated. 15 seconds remain.
Damon Gilbert saying finish it.
And Abdullah trying to provide some punishment here as we approach the end of the fight.
Again, I said this rivalry was born in the Battle of Atlanta.
And Abdullah still looking like he's hunting for more contact. Walker looks like he's ready to finish the fight. Time expires. Kareem Abdullah going on a wild run late in the second round. Clutch performance. Team Paul Mitchell sweeps the overall grand championships. And it will be a battle of teammates for the last man standing.
I would say Coach Damon Gilbert is a little fired up.
And there was so much action as we approached the end of that second round. Frankly, from our position, a little bit difficult to call how much of that was Kevin dealing with injuries,
yes.
Kevin dealing with frustration, maybe with some calls in the second half of that fight.
Could be all of the above.
Exactly, it could be a combination. So definitely want to give him his respect. As really in the last minute of that fight, he seemed a little checked out. And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. I just mean that in a there was a lot going on kind of way.
As I'm walking directly behind us, watching the faces of the top 10 Team USA, teammates and everything, they got their heads held high. They look like they'll say, hey, you know what? We'll see you next tournament.
Our sponsors, so please direct your attention to the screens. All right, and now we're going to be moving back into the Sync Challenge with a traditional Team Sync division. We're going to have Team Juan Khan take the stage.
We welcome you back here live from Atlanta, Georgia. Earlier in the evening, we saw a synchronized Grand Championship showdown for the extreme categories, forms versus weapons. Now, the traditional. Taking the stage, Team Juan Khan, both athletes representing Team Revolution, Cameron Close, Amber Rutherford, and their traditional kata. Both students of Joey Castro, a man we've seen on stage many times before. performing Yako Hachiho. And after such an exciting couple of sparring overall grand championships where this crowd was going ballistic, a key for them, getting control of the room, getting everybody to simmer down and appreciate the power of this traditional kata.
But if it's a team that can do it, it's Team Wankan.
That's one thing you know about anybody that trains under Joey Castro. They are going to bring some power and grit to their kata.
Yeah, they force you to pay attention to them when they are in the room. They demand the attention, and they do it with power and speed.
And this, the exact kata that we saw Joey Castro win a number of titles with. A personal favorite of his.
This time in sync.
And an important note here, no musical cues. This is all pacing for these athletes to know exactly when the other one is going to move and stay together throughout this performance. Woo! Good pop on that crescent kick.
And as again mentioned, both in sync.
Beautiful and strong for Team Wankan. Cameron Close, Amber Rutherford. Nicely done.
And now their competitors coming to the stage, Team Showtime.
Their opponents, the winners of the traditional weapon synchronized division, Team Showtime, a sibling duo of Cody and Michael Molina. We saw Michael Molina winning an overall grand championship earlier this evening. Cody looking to help him grab another title. Cody also a talented lacrosse player, highly sought after from a number of universities.
Multi-sport, once again.
It looks like there was an attempt to start some music there. And we can see up close, Cody giving instructions to Michael about the change in the music. Look at this adaptability. This is really impressive that they're able to adjust on the fly like this. And they time it up well with the music. What a great job of Cody as the leader and older sister to give instruction in that circumstance, and Michael to adjust and go with the flow. Staying in sync even through the high-speed bow striking combos. Very different style from the kata of Team Wankan. Now we'll transition to a little brother-sister fight scene. Look at that, Michael Molina swinging right under the jumping legs of Cody Molina. Great timing on that exchange. Both of these athletes, Taekwondo black belts, mixing in that round kick with the bow strikes. And a strong synchronized performance. Team Showtime puts on a show.
let's have both teams back on stage for scoring.
And in a situation like that, sometimes you wonder, and I'll lower my voice here to be sure that I don't influence any judging.
As they make their way up there,
but you wonder if the judges noticed that adjustment on the fly by Cody and Michael. And in a roundabout way, does it kind of help them if the judges do notice?
Well, we all know how nerve-wracking it is to have something go wrong, but you understand how great it was to adjust on the fly.
Challenge. The first team up for scoring is Team Juan Khan. Judges score. We have 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98.
Based on those 9.98s, it sounds like Cody and Michael Molina of Team Showtime are going to pull it off.
And now the scores for Team Showtime. Judges score 9.99, 9.99.
Great performances by both teams, and you see the celebration there, followed by the sportsmanship. Team Showtime, your traditional synchronized grand champions.
Team Showtime making the winner of the traditional Team Sync Challenge, Team Showtime.
Michael Molina goes 2 for 2 on the evening.
The award is Caitlin Deshelle
Hey, we know her.
McDonald, who is not new to the stage, as she is a world champion martial artist.
Sport karate legend Caitlin Deshelle presenting the award. Member of Team Paul Mitchell, holder of many, many, many sport karate records.
Many minis.
Also recently married, so big congratulations to Caitlin.
Exactly. Stunts, Wonder Woman herself.
For these teams one more time. All right, now we're going to be transitioning to a completely different type of competition, and it is one of my favorites, and it is going to be the Korean Forms Challenge. I said it's the Korean Forms Challenge. So this is a little bit different than the other forms competition that you guys have seen. You will have two competitors up here on stage doing their forms at the same time, and then you have a panel of judges that will score in either direction, declaring the winner. So now, we're gonna have our competitors, I believe for the women first. Can we please have Caitlin Vong and Lily McGuire take the stage?
So as you just heard explained by our public address announcer, Reed Presley, the Korean Challenge, one of the most unique styles of competition. Taekwondo and Tang Soo-do, both very popular here in the Southeast United States. So the Battle of Atlanta, the crowd always loves it. This is a head-to-head showdown in forms where both competitors perform their pumse, or the Korean word for form, side by side, and the judges make a decision in real time about which form should reign supreme.
One of the more interesting things I find about this competition is because the speed of the forms is due to the competitor. So you could slow it down or speed it up depending on, you know, how you feel may advantage you.
Looks like Gay Beck for Lily McGuire, choreo for Caitlin Vong, and look at the hold on that twist kick for Lily McGuire.
Not to mention that side kick by Caitlin Vong and another one coming out.
That's one of the great things about choreo, showing those double side kicks on both sides right out of the gate.
Which means you need to be good on your left side and your right side.
Lily McGuire representing Team Revolution. The black trim on her gi top, or dobok top, I should say. Caitlin Vong representing Team CBR, coached by the one and only Christine Bannon Rodriguez. Mallory, the strategy for this division fascinates me so much.
It's one thing to focus on your own kata, but how often do you have another competitor doing a kata just feet away from you?
Exactly, and the strategy of pacing, trying to time the big moments in your form so that they can respond to the big moments in your competitor's form. And you probably don't want to be the first competitor finish because you want, as Caitlin Vong is about to have, that last opportunity to give an exclamation point. But then on the flip side of that, Lily McGuire's form ending facing the judges, whereas Caitlin Vong facing away from the judges. And does that leave an impact that might favor Lily McGuire? A great head-to-head showdown between these two ladies.
Lots of questions.
The judges are about to score.
We're going to get a decision in real time.
And we'll get a traditional left to right point. You guys won't be able to see. Oh, no, you will be able to see that on camera.
Lily McGuire with a split decision victory over Caitlin Vong. A great display of Korean martial arts talent.
We will move into the men's division, and then we will come back to present the awards after that.
Lily's like, you're going to make me wait for this trophy?
And I have to come back on stage.
Efficiency of the show is important, Mallory.
Yes.
And now,
in the ready
coming
area.
to the stage is the men's Korean challenge, where we're going to have Jeff Doss versus Miles Allure.
Miles Omlor taking the stage first, going up against Jeff Doss of Team Revolution. Jeff Doss, one of the most intense competitors you will ever see. He relishes the opportunity to go head-to-head like this.
And knowing Jeff Doss since he's been, I think, 9, he's always been like this.
I just missed the water bottle smash. I wish we still got that one more often.
If you followed the sport for a while, you know exactly what he's talking about. If not, YouTube is your friend.
And look at this. Miles Omlor, very patient. He says, I'll wait. Go ahead, Jeff.
Wants Jeff to start with his opening move.
Look at that. That was completely strategic.
Exactly.
Miles Omlor waited and waited and waited. Heard Jeff say the name of his form and said, all right, my time to shine. What a display of kicking. Now, Jeff Doss is not a white belt. That's just a very old black belt that you're seeing. Miles Omlor, the fresher black belt of these two competitors. Jeff is what we call experienced.
Experienced is the proper word for it.
Jeff Doss, a huge advocate for the Korean Challenge, trying to increase the popularity of this event at more NASCA events. Doing a service to all members of the Korean martial arts community. And the length on Miles Omlor's kicks is just so impressive. That's a lot of leg to get up there.
I was going to say, he's got long legs.
And Gaybeck shows it off well. Look at those big axe kicks. So Miles Omlor getting the last key up here.
Let's give it up for Jeff Doss and Miles
Both
Allure.
competitors bring their forms to a close. And another tough decision for the judges here. Let's see which way they go. Five-judge panel. Split decision.
The winner is Miles Allure.
And it goes in favor of Miles Omlor.
All four competitors back up on stage for awards.
Now, one thing I will say right now before they come up, both tall competitors with
Now you guys
long
saw that.
legs
Wasn't that pretty
won
exciting?
that. And if it is one thing about the Korean martial arts, the showcase are those high kicks. I wonder if that played into the judges'
So now we're having
decision.
Jason Warren, promoter of the Music City
And
SmackDown
the same form, winning for both competitors. Gaybeck was the winning form this evening, going up against Koryo for Caitlin Vong and Ulji of Jeff Doss.
McGuire and Miles Allure as the winners of the men and women Korean Challenge.
Jason Warren presenting the award. A man that has produced many, many, many Sport Karate World Champions, the entire Presley family, Dawson Holt, and more. I'm even a black belt under Jason Warren.
Shameless plug there.
A man with a big heart and a even bigger sport karate brain.
Excellent job, excellent job.
He's going to watch the show back and love that I said that.
And now I'm throwing it over to Anna Glenn for some interviews with the winners of the heavyweight and lightweight competition, Kareem Abdullah and Jose Latona.
I'm here with our heavy and lightweight champions. What have each of your biggest challenges been this weekend?
Oh, I think it's to trust in God, to trust in me all the time, every single time, thinking about I can do it, and I do it.
My biggest challenge of this weekend, knowing that I'm actually on the best team in the world and I'm going to win.
I know you just joined Team Paul Mitchell. How has it been?
Oh, I feel great. You know, it was my dream to be part of this big team, and I feel like it's my family right now, and I like when they support me, and I always be there for them too. So I feel really happy.
And Kareem, how does it feel to be a representative of Team Paul Mitchell as a winner?
It's such a big honor. You know, we have the best captain till this day, Kevin Thompson. He's the best captain ever, and we do it all for him.
Well, congratulations on your wins tonight. More to come right after this.
Myself up, moving on to the better. Hey. Ain't no errors, baby, it's a new era. I wake up early, feeling rich like I'm Kesha. I get to the paper, boy. Extra, extra. A moment can live on forever.
All right, how are we doing? Now, you guys sound like you are getting a little tired on me. We are about to go into some of the best divisions of the evening. We still have the men and women forms and weapons competition, and you want to make sure you guys stick around for those divisions, especially one that is very important to, I know, myself and Dr. Rudolph, the men's weapons division. So make sure you guys are sticking around, because that will be at the end of the evening, and you do not want to miss, I believe, Ben Jones, Dawson Holt, and Esteban Tremblay battling it out to see who will be that CMX weapons winner. Then there's another competition that is coming up here shortly, which is the team demo competition, which is going to have a bunch of amazing martial artists on both teams battling it out to see who will be the Battle Zone Team Demo champion. I believe it is Team Infinity versus Team Competitive Edge. So make sure you guys are here to watch that team demo competition. And now we will be moving into the 18 and over NASCA Overall Grand Championship Black Belt Women Traditional Weapons. Your first competitor coming to the stage is Caitlin McMillan. I believe we may be looking for the traditional forms division, because that is the lovely Caitlin Vong that is on the stage.
Caitlin Vong says, Reed, wrong Caitlin.
We're going into the 18 and over Grand Championship Black Belt Women Traditional Forms, and your first competitor is Caitlin Vong.
You know, the phrase rolling with the punches is not only for fighting. You got to adjust to sometimes. There are a few, hiccups that can happen during, these shows, and Caitlin handled it well.
And we got to give Reed a break. He's going by what's being fed to him.
That's absolutely true.
So Caitlin Vong, we just saw her in the Women's Korean Forms Challenge. Now looking to use that Korean form to win an individual overall grand championship. And this is one of those interesting developments that it's always interesting to see how it unfolds for the judges. Because, first of all, we've got a new panel of judges. We had a separate panel that judged the Korean Challenge. But the judges that were sitting waiting for this division, did they already watch Caitlin Vong perform choreo once? And if she outperforms that performance, is that going to help her? Or is the fact that she's now doing it for the second time on stage tonight in a different division, is that something that could negatively impact her? Just one of those things that I want to make sure the fans at home understand, because a lot goes in to these decisions, very difficult decisions for the judges. Almost as difficult as doing a side kick like that. And one thing I love about having Caitlin on stage by herself is you see the power that she puts into some of her hand techniques. It's easy in Korean forms to become fixated on the kicks. Right. Caitlin does a great job bringing some clean, strong hands to these forms as well.
I mean, also her hand placement, every one of those strikes you can see is clean. Fingers, you know, clean, straight, just like that. Look at that right there. There's no space between the fingers. Even with, you know, the last move, right before you bow out, the judges are watching up to that point.
And her competitor coming to the stage is Maddie Kenaway.
So in the traditional forms grand championship, we get a showdown between different styles of traditional forms. We just saw Taekwondo for Caitlin Vong. Now we're going to see Japanese karate for Maddie Kenaway, who has been on a tear this season.
So just before the competitor starts taking the stage, if you are maybe a neophyte, this is maybe the first time you've seen something like this before. We just saw a Korean forms competitor. You mentioned that this will be a Japanese forms competitor. Can you break down a few of the differences that you might see that you'll pick up along this kata?
Well, as we mentioned during Caitlin's form, there's naturally going to be a little bit of a fixation on kicking in a Korean style form. Whereas with a Japanese style form, there's going to be a lot more cat stances and a lot more emphasis on a wider variety of hand techniques.
And also the music that Madeline uses, it really tells the story. She puts emotion into this kata.
Certainly one of the things that has given her an advantage this year is being able to choreograph her kata to the music. She does a beautiful job of it. She had a great run as a junior a couple of years ago, then stepped away from the NASCA circuit for a little while, now returning in the adult division with much success thus far.
I mean, really at its base, if you think about it, we are watching a simulated fight. No one's happy doing a confrontation like that. It's an emotional roller coaster. It could be for life or death, and she really tells that by the way she's displaying this emotion on the stage.
Just as much as a form should simulate a fight, judges will also tell you a form should tell a story, and that's really what Maddie Kenaway tries to capture. It's a signature part of this kata for her, showing off that balance, then exploding into the front kick. The front kick itself as a technique, a great example of the differences between Korean and Japanese martial arts. It almost looks like a completely different kick.
Very great example of that balance that she showed slowly being done. And those signature cat stance, as you mentioned.
And closing out the form, beautifully timed as the music comes to a close. Maddie Kenaway, another strong performance.
And just like we did earlier, we will have the men come up on stage and perform before we do the scores for the women.
Caitlin Vong, a little too eager to come up on stage and get those scores.
As we move into the 18 and over NASCA Overall Grand Championship Black Belt Men Traditional Forms, your first competitor coming to the stage is Matthew Grishia.
So in the women's division, we saw a contrast of styles between Korean and Japanese martial arts. But now here in the men's finals, there's actually 2 different qualifying divisions that require the Japanese style that can get you to this overall grand championship. So now that we've run everything off down to 2 competitors, it just so happens that these 2 different winners are the last men standing, so to speak. And so what's interesting about that is Matthew Grusha was the winner of the Japanese Okinawan division today, whereas Mason Stowell, his opponent, was the winner of the traditional challenge division on Friday. In the Japanese Okinawan eliminations earlier, Mason Stowell had an error in which he stepped out of bounds, opening the door for Matthew Grusha to capitalize. And now Matthew, who's looked up to Mason for a long time, looking to grab an overall grand championship from him.
Yeah, that's the one thing as a junior competitor, as you're coming up and you're watching the adult competitors. Sometimes you're getting, lessons from them and everything else, and even, cheering them on. Eventually, you will become a competitor to them.
And I still remember both of these competitors, obviously, at different times. In the 13 and under age group, making stage, oftentimes performing Super MP, just like we're seeing from Matthew Grusha here. It's amazing to see how far both of these gentlemen have come. And staying at the top the whole time.
That's a difficult thing to do.
Obviously a great deal of influence from Jarrett Liker and company. Jarrett did a lot of work himself to help popularize this style of karate on the NASCA circuit. Many major championships under his belt. Great to see athletes like this following in his footsteps.
Keeping the tradition alive.
And I love this kind of climax of the form. Matthew Grusha really turning up the power. Excellent explosion on that technique. And here's that patience and poise. Before one more explosion. Beautiful crescent kick right into the jumping front kick. Matthew Grusha making his presence known in the adult division. A super MP. Excellent work by Matthew Grusha.
Matthew Grusha.
Now, as we transition to the next competitor, we do have a bit of breaking news. The Virtual Fight Tour Last Man Standing that we were kind of shooting promos for earlier in the show, that event has been canceled. With the heavyweight and lightweight overall grand champion winners, Kareem Abdullah and Enrique Latona, being teammates, you have to imagine they likely bowed out to each other. We don't know the full story. We just know the event's been canceled. Obviously, huge shout out to Jesse Ray for being willing to use the Virtual Fight Tour to bring us that type of an event. But one of the benefits of sweeping the overall grand championships when you're teammates is that you kind of have the freedom to do whatever you want with them.
That's absolutely true.
So again, want to give a huge thank you to Jesse Ray and everything he does for the sport. especially bringing us the last man standing at many of these events. So huge shout out to Virtual Fight Tour and Jesse Ray, which means our concluding event of the evening will now be the men's CMX Weapons Grand Championship. But right now, everyone's attention is deservedly on Mason Stowell, a man who has won the Battle of Atlanta many times over, announcing his ace kata, Anandai, in my opinion. In his opinion, there's probably several ace katas, but I love Mason Stowell's Anandai. Stowell overcoming some adversity earlier this year. Was working for his dad's company on some machinery when his finger found itself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Actually had part of that digit amputated. Spent some time in recovery, making his return to the North American Sport Karate Association here at the battle and bringing his trademark unbelievable power.
You know, I remember when I saw that post, you know, a lot of concern, and of course, you know, prayers going out to Mason for that accident, but to see him back already and looking super strong, I mean, it just shows his determination.
I saw a post on social media from his mom, his parents unable to watch him compete over the last few years for a variety of circumstances, but in Atlanta tonight, able to watch him live on the eve of Father's Day.
That's a great gift for Father's Day.
Just as you watch him move and throw techniques, he is simply an animal when it comes to traditional kata. In recent years, Battle of Atlanta has hosted several special events known as Ultimate Grand Championships, where overall grand champions have competed against one another. Mason Stowell has a few of those titles under his belt. The crowd getting into it, and rightfully so. Powerful punch, powerful ki, power all around for Mason Stowell. An excellent performance from Mason Stowell.
Very strong, very strong.
Mason Stowell. And now let's have all four competitors back on stage for scoring.
And something we haven't talked about, Mallory, is that when we do the delayed scoring like this, whatever division goes first, that can also have an impact on judging, because instead of it being more of an impulsive decision for the judges to make a call, they're given, particularly in traditional forms, they've had probably 10 minutes of real time to marinate on this decision for the women's overall grand championship.
Judges score 9.99, 9.98. 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, and 9.98 for Caitlin.
An early 9.99 comes out for Caitlin Vong, giving the Korean martial artists hope. But then the rest of the way, 9.98s, and Maddie Kinaway is going to be your overall grand champion.
Speaking of, when you're on stage and you see that first 9.9 roll out, you start to get a little bit happy, a little bit excited. But then you see the rest of the 9.8s comes out, and then you realize that it's not going to be your day.
There's nothing scarier than when you can't see the scores and you hear 3 9.99s and the fourth is an 8, and you're just hoping that the rest of the panel doesn't flip. Exactly.
Scores for the black belt men's overall traditional forms.
This will be tight.
And the first competitor up for scoring is Matthew Guricia. Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98. 9.98, 9.98, 9.98 and 9.98 for Matthew.
Well, this makes it easy.
So a unanimous decision victory for Mason Stowell.
Mason.
The 9.98's not a reflection of anything that Matthew Grusha did wrong, just a reflection of the greatness of this man, Mason Stowell.
Yeah, the judges have to pick a winner. That's the job they're in. So again, just because there's a 0.1, differential doesn't mean that this person is bad. It's just that their job as judges is to pick a winner, and they have to do their duty.
Stowell. So your winners are Mason Stowell and Maddie Kenaway, and presenting the awards is Mike Sawyer, promoter of the U.S. Open, which is happening in Orlando, Florida in just a few weeks.
So Japanese martial arts continues to reign supreme on this circuit. Maddie Kenaway, Mason Stowell, your overall grand champions this evening.
And let's get a picture with everybody.
Mike Sawyer, co-promoter of the U.S. Open, presenting the awards.
Soon.
And Mason Stowell, the run that he's been on at Battle of Atlanta, might be looking at setting some all-time records for overall grand championship wins here.
Yeah, if you go back in time, I'm pretty sure it's been a good amount of wins. Might have to do a little research to get the actual stats
Belt
on that.
women's traditional weapons. Your first competitor.
Now we're going to get Caitlin McMillan.
is Caitlin McMillan.
You know what? Nothing could be a little bit more terrifying than you hear Caitlin McMillan, as was announced before, and she knows it's not time for me to be up, but you just heard your name. That may have crossed a little panic spike.
A patch on her left arm representing Female Fighters Matter 2. Shout out to Maggie Messina and all the amazing things that she does for the women in sport karate.
I believe Katie is in her second year at UConn.
We'll go with that.
That sounds like a good guess. Enough to, I'll get corrected in the comments if I'm wrong. But it's also good to see these athletes as they pursue their eventual careers, but going to school and also staying active in the martial arts.
Absolutely. Makes it all the more impressive that these athletes do what they do, that many of them are student athletes studying full-time and performing on stages just like this.
I've always wondered what it's like going back to school. Well, obviously school's over now, but when you have competition that is at school time, you go back and this has been broadcast, and eventually your classmates find out what you do.
The power of Caitlin McMillan is what really stands out. When you're up close to the stage like this, you hear that bow popping against the sides of her body. Of course, the target of all those strikes is out on the end of the bow, so there is still a bit of residual impact that comes back on the body. But for competition purposes, that's a great way for the judges to know just how hard you're hitting.
I remember watching some of the training that Katie did over when we were going through the pandemic, and she would get on the balance board and practice her side kicks. I was in PT not too long after that. Now, I didn't try it. Listen, I'm smarter than that. But knowing how difficult that is and knowing how strong you have to be able to do something like that with balance, total body control there. There are no videos of me trying side kicks. And
Gotta love the intensity from Caitlin McMillan. Has been a staple on stage with her traditional bow form. Another strong performance.
And her competitor this evening, coming to the stage, Haley Glass.
huge pop for Haley Glass from the audience in attendance.
Haley Glass representing Team Paul Mitchell. A formidable opponent in this division. Many overall grand championships in women's traditional weapons under her belt. A dynamic sword form coming your way. Haley Glass and her fiance, Alex Mancias, recently relocated right here in Atlanta, Georgia. And one thing that Haley does so well, you know, we always talk about sword as a finesse weapon and how the cleanliness of the lines are typically the thing that stands out most. But Haley is so strong, and she finds a way to bring power to this weapon that you don't always see in a traditional sword form.
And you have to be able to control that power, because you just can't, you know, you can't just let it fly.
Right.
You have to have the control over the weapon, which she demonstrates brilliantly.
And every time you see a traditional sword form in which the competitor puts the sword back into the sheath and then draws once again, that is showing an increased level of difficulty. There's a very technical way to put the sword away and then to draw it once again. And not uncommon do you see competitors get it stuck or have a little bit of a shaky transition, and that can be the difference.
You're absolutely right. You're doing that by knowing where the hilt is. Clean the blade.
Right into another cutting combination. Great intensity there from Haley. And Haley Glass looking for a warm welcome to her new home in Atlanta, seeking a traditional weapons overall grand championship.
Glass. And now, before we score the women, we will be moving to the men's traditional weapons. And your
Once again, the judges have some time to think about that one.
Yes.
Is Matthew Moore.
Huge crowd support for Matthew Moore of Team Competitive Edge as he takes the stage. Has really come into his own in the adult division with this traditional bow form. Lots of energy, some high-flying jumps, and a great deal of power and intensity.
It's always good when you get someone new to the stage, bringing in new techniques, new personality.
We will see him again in a few moments as he is a featured athlete in the Team Competitive Edge team demonstration. It's going to require a lot of cardio to nail this traditional bow form and then turn around and be a key role player in team demo.
But that's why you train.
The Competitive Edge faithful showing Matthew Moore some love. Matching his intensity, the crowd is.
Crowd is definitely behind him.
Doing a great job of using the stage to exaggerate his power. He got that guy.
Yeah, that guy's done.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, all a simulated fight.
See, I would start to get out the way now. That if I was the opponent, I'm starting to move.
Would have hit a home run with that baseball swing. Nice push kick. Big jump spin, and Matthew Moore powering his way through a solid traditional bow form.
So one of the things I have to say, looking at his intensity, it reminded me of K.A. He would bring that intensity to every single move of his form, and you could hear him. I mean, many stages suffered at the hands and feet of K.A., but it was that type of intention, that type of intensity. Let's see if the judges agree, but we first have another competitor to get to.
High praise there from Mallory Woods. Anytime you're in the same sentence as the great little K.A. Now on stage of Team Paul Mitchell, Dawson Holt. They call him Mr. Clean for a reason. Clean sword cuts with plenty of violence coming your way.
Please stand by for violence.
And Dawson is a master of this suspense leading up to the start of the form.
Taking his time, just setting the table.
An onslaught of sword cuts from Dawson Holt. And I really love how Dawson Holt uses the stage. Lots of movement throughout this sword form, using the entire ring, lots of different angles, lots of complex footwork.
He forces you to move your head and watch him.
And you gotta love that side kick coming from his Taekwondo background. Nice stance. A little bit of sauce as he cleans the blade that time. Not only did he hit the hilt, but he also did a tiny little release with a twirl of the blade.
Just a tiny movement right there.
Beautiful job by Dawson Holt.
Dawson Holt. And now let's have all 4 competitors back.
2 divisions to score. First up, Haley Glass and Caitlin McMillan for the women's title. Then will be Dawson Holt and Matthew Moore for the men's.
Divisions for the adult weapons traditional competition.
Fist bumps all around.
Once you get into the 18+ division, they split the traditional division into bladed and non-bladed. And so, what'll win? Bow staff or sword? Let's find out with our first competitor, Caitlin McMillan, judges score. And
Scores coming up for Caitlin McMillan.
9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98,
9.98 mean that Caitlin McMillan will be the runner-up this evening. Haley Glass will be crowned as the champ with 9.99s across the board.
Judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.99 for Haley Glass.
So that is 1 Team Paul Mitchell member with a sword taking a grand championship. Will be 2. Will there be another?
And now we'll go into the scoring for the men's traditional weapons, starting with Matthew Moore. Judges score 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98.
The crowd calling for 10s, yes, but the judges throwing up 9.98s, meaning that it will in fact be 2 overall grand championships for Paul Mitchell Samurai. This time Dawson Holt taking the W.
9.99, 9.99, 9.99,
giving Dawson Holt some good energy too. Yes, indeed.
Dawson Holt making him the winner of the black belt overall traditional weapons men. And so your winners of the adult traditional weapons is Haley Glass and Dawson Holt.
Haley Glass, Dawson Holt, champions once again.
Is the always looking amazing Grandmaster Dennis
we know that guy.
promoter of the U.S. Capitol Classics.
I love Dawson Holt greeting Grandmaster Dennis Brown
I
with
noticed
the
that.
wushu salute.
Very subtle, but I did notice that.
Yes, sir.
Dennis Brown, promoter of the U.S. Capitol Classics in Washington, D.C.
Excellent job, excellent job.
And the China Open.
Yes, very important there. That's a very unique competition. You will always see something different there.
All right, we're going to be moving into the team demo challenge, but that means we need our forms and weapons judges to return back to their seats.
We will cycle out the judges once again.
This team demo challenge where Team Competitive Edge is going to be battling it out with Team Infinity. So make sure you guys pick your team and you are ready to cheer, as you're going to have multiple martial artists on stage as they perform their demo.
Now, Mallory, as we get ready for the team demonstration competition, this is one of the most unique events in all of sport karate. We will see a little bit of everything. Weapons flying all over the stage, synchronized hand combinations. It's going to be wild.
And this is also a lot of competitors' first opportunity to get in the competition, because if you belong to a team that is your school, a lot of times you'll be performing at halftime games, in the mall, in special circumstances, and it's usually good to promote your school. So you have your responsibility, and of course you have someone who is putting this all together that can see the vision of all of the athletes on the stage at one time.
Versus Team Competitive Edge. And it looks like we got them. All right, Team Infinity looks like they're lining up. They're
all right, we are all set.
They're going to take the stage. Please welcome Team Infinity.
Infinity and Competitive Edge have been going at it for several years now in the team demonstration division. Two excellent demo teams. Team Competitive Edge came out on top in the eliminations this weekend, taking home the NASCA points. Tonight, they compete for the prize money and the bragging rights.
That's a lot of prize money to divide up among team members. Got to be good with math.
I like the nice touch that Infinity takes the stage with their music playing.
Yes. I'm looking at the variety of weapons that we're seeing as the competitors walk up. Look like I see some commas. But always, Team Infinity comes with something different every time.
And this is a great example of what you can see from team demonstration. We've got commas going at the same time as an extreme forms combination. I often describe team demo as the three-ring circus of sport karate.
Synchronized backflips across the stage right there.
Love mixing up the nunchucks with the commas. Nice release combination by both weapons. Love to see Noelle Jellison working the commas, typically known as a bow competitor. Has a little drop there at the front of the stage, and oftentimes with so much difficulty in a team demonstration, the number of drops throughout the whole performance sometimes can be the deciding factor. if the judges see it, because there's plenty to be distracted by.
And unlike the regular divisions, a drop is not an automatic disqualification.
Right.
Triple bow exchange right in the middle of the stage. And again. With these team competitions, there's so much going on. You have to be amazed at these athletes. One, you can perform your routine piece, but also get out of the way for the next competitor who is likely flying at you as you're making your exit. It's all a matter of time, and then there's a triple comma exchange.
A signature comma exchange. High level of difficulty there for Infinity. And another signature for Team Infinity, over the top, right into the corks.
You gotta love that countdown.
It's a great touch. Mike Welch does such a good job with this team of focusing on the little details, and it shows in their performance. Great job to Team Infinity.
Excellent, excellent job. All right, and as they exit the stage, their competitors of the evening is going to be Team Competitive Edge. I'll give them a minute to continue exiting. All right, and now, the next team coming to the stage is Team Competitive Edge.
Team Competitive Edge now takes the stage. One of the differences in these teams, Team Infinity hailing from Wisconsin in the Wisconsin area, where they work on their team demo all in one school together. Well, a chain of schools, but all in the same general geographic location. They do have a couple of team members from other areas. Demi Rodriguez is one that stands out as being from Texas. Team Competitive Edge, on the other hand, completely made up of athletes from a wide variety of different areas, working on team demo at seminars and events whenever they have the opportunity to.
That's impressive in itself, to be able to get everyone together and all on the same page.
Competitive Edge is set.
3, 2, 1.
And on Jackson Hensley's cue, the action will get underway. One of the best parts of every team demo is that opening where you see the vast majority, if not all of the team, operating in unison. Such a cool aesthetic to display martial arts. And then some amazing tricking on the transitions. A wide variance in age amongst these Competitive Edge athletes, from 9-year-old and under competitors up to the adult division. Favorite parts of this whole demo, Zeke Gomez and Lee Bennett working the chucks. Huge release, passing the chucks around the neck, behind the back before making the catch.
time it right there. There's no room for error when you come flying in with back tuck.
Matthew Moore, front and center, who we just saw in the Traditional Weapons Grand Championship.
Quick knee change, and he's back out here for the team competition.
Some nice side kicks, and then a huge side flip by Elijah Williams. And Matthew Moore over the top. Mason Swanson with some gainer switches. Competitive edge with tricks flying everywhere as we transition to the swords. Aaron Williams, double spin with some confidence. He was nodding his head as he was setting that one up.
Oh, he knew exactly where that blade was.
Huge switch flash. Group putting in some work now. 5 synchronized 720 spin catches.
A little double bow action.
And double sword at the same time. Some sync fulls from some of the little guys. Double fulls, 3 of them in combination. Huge Arabian to the front. And a shuriken cutter, otherwise known as the Dragon Kick from Karate Kid Legends. Competitive edge with a very strong performance from start to finish. Another great matchup between these two fantastic teams, Infinity and Competitive Edge.
Both teams.
Now the challenge is to get everyone on the stage at one time.
Make their way up to stage. Let's make some noise for all of these amazing martial artists. It's one thing for an individual to do a performance, but when you have 15 plus competitors all at one time doing it at the same time, it's just a little extra special. So one more time, let's make some noise for both of these teams. And now let's go over to the scores for Team Infinity Judges score.
Parade everybody on stage. Now it's time for scoring.
9.99, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, and 9.98 for Team Infinity.
It is looking like it will be a 6-1 judges decision in favor of Team Competitive Edge.
Judges score 9.99.
Elijah Burnett, we see you calling out the Dragon Kick in the comments. We always love and appreciate your support for everybody in the sport karate community.
And 9.99, making the winner of the Battle Zone Team Demo Challenge, Team Competitive Edge.
Team Competitive Edge with a big win. All the team members happy about it.
Ronnie Presley and Eric Rudolph, coordinators of the event, and also one of them's my dad, so.
Those guys presenting the awards look familiar.
They do.
Of course, Ronnie Presley, Reed's dad, Eric Rudolph, my dad. Very grateful for everything that they do for our community.
Yeah, those guys work all weekend long. You don't really see that in the competition, but they are often orchestrating with the rings, making sure things are running smoothly. When there's a problem, they're right on it. And that's why we can do big events like these in a quick weekend.
And as we do a photo op for the team demonstration division, since we're giving Elijah Burnett a shout out, I gotta say, Mallory, if there were to be a Hall of Fame for sport karate fans, Elijah Burnett just may be the greatest of all time when it comes to being a fan of this amazing sport that we love.
First ballot Hall of Famer.
All right, and now I'm sending it to Anna Glenn for the winners of the traditional forms, Mason and Maddie.
Thanks, Reed. I'm hanging out backstage with Maddie and Mason. Now, Maddie, you've been competing outside of the country. Where is the last place you traveled to?
2 or 3 weeks ago, I was in Monterrey, Mexico, for the U21 and Senior Pan American Championships with Team USA.
That's pretty cool. And Mason, this is your first time competing post-injury. How have you been feeling this weekend?
It's been amazing, actually. I haven't competed in like 6 months, and so it was a huge confidence booster for me coming out here. There's always, even though you've been doing this for so long, 20 years now, it's like, you never know, right? When you take that much time off, you don't know how you're going to come back. And so, I felt really good, got the win, and got to go against some amazing people. So.
I was going to say it worked out well for you today. And is there anybody you guys want to give a shout out to?
Definitely my parents. They do everything for me. My mom comes with me to every single tournament. My dad, I know he's watching right now. I wish he was here with me in person. And also all the coaches and trainers that have had a really big impact on my life that helped me develop into the person I am today.
Definitely my mom and dad. They're here watching me for the first time in 2 years, so that's been amazing. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I love you. Shout out Sensei Jarrett Liker, my coach, Sensei Bob Liker. I love you guys. You guys are my family. Thank you.
Congratulations to you both. We'll be back right after this.
I've been doing the NASCAR circuit for over a decade now. I think my first Battle of Atlanta was 2016. This tournament means a lot to me because I'm around people that I know, people that I'm friends with, and being able to work with them and just be able to go on stage and perform with them is even more special. The crowd is really engaging when you go on stage, and there's something special about that tournament that makes you really want to go out there and perform. I had a torn meniscus. This was pretty devastating because I'm the type of person who's training every day. If you put your mind into something and you try to accomplish whatever you want, you can do it. Whatever challenge that you have, you can overcome it. Just go for it. Going on stage is one of the greatest feelings of the sport, right? The crowd getting hyped up because you're about to go and perform. This is like one of the best feelings in the sport. This is the Battle of Atlanta.
All right, and now we're going to be moving into the overall Grand Championship Creative, Musical, and Extreme Forms divisions. We're going to be starting with the women, but just so everyone's on the same page, we will do the women and then the men. Then we will score to find out who the winners are. This first division is going to be the female CMX Forms overall, where Noelle Jellison is going to battle it out with Haley Glass. Up first, we have Noelle Jellison.
We welcome you back after that special feature of Esteban Tremblay, who we learn is battling a torn meniscus as he's coming to compete at this event. But first, we have the ladies, the women's CMX Creative Musical Extreme Forms overall Grand Championship. Our first competitor, Noelle Jellison of Team Infinity. And props to Noelle for turning around after Team Demo, a very physically taxing division, and coming out here to compete for an overall Grand Championship.
Not an easy thing to do because you put your all into that, that team competition. You have a couple seconds to grab a quick breath and then go out here and now you got to compete for yourself.
Noelle Jellison, one of the leaders of Team Infinity, has done an amazing job for them for a long time. Capable of a very high level of tricking skill. We'll see what she chooses to throw tonight. Clean hand technique setting up the Webster. B-twist, front sweep, backside nine, hook. Cart full, oh no. Noelle Jellison, an awkward landing. Will Nevitt, her teammate, immediately on stage to tend to her.
Man.
Something you never, ever want to see.
And as you mentioned right there, her teammate running directly to her side. That just shows the bond that these two teammates have had over the years of competing.
What an amazing gesture, right? That's really what being a martial artist is all about.
You know, when you fall, those that come to your aid to first help you up are true friends and compatriots.
Clearly, you see that left leg reacting. Noelle in a lot of pain, trying to extend that knee. Trying to do a quick evaluation before they go ahead and get her off stage. Goodness. It's like we were talking about earlier in the show, Mallory, and it is uncommon to see it.
Yes.
A lot of times, you know, injuries happen in training and stuff like that. It's really unusual that we saw the unfortunate injury to Joe Troya earlier in the show, and now this one to Noelle Jellison. It is quite rare to see two, like, it's rare to see one in one night show.
But two.
Right. And a big applause for Noelle Jellison.
Let's give it up for Miss
Her teammate Will Nevitt carrying her off stage. And what's all the more unfortunate is it looked like she landed clean.
Yes,
she nailed the trick combo.
Man, again, shout out to Will, man. He just came and took care of her.
So sending positive energy, prayers, and love to Noelle Jellison. Hopefully nothing serious and a quick recovery in store for her. And now on stage, in one of the more difficult emotional situations, Haley Glass.
You know, you've got to put out what you just saw of your mind and do what you're training for.
Haley Glass choosing to go a cappella. And interesting, I'd be interested to know if she was planning on using music and given the circumstance said, no, I'm not going to do nothing too crazy. I'm just going to go out there and demonstrate.
Exactly, I can see that happening.
Smooth touchdown race flash there. And Haley Glass, strong performance.
Haley
performing her professional obligation to go up there, put a show on for the fans.
And now we'll be moving to the men's.
And of course, we'll wait for any award presentation or scoring until after the men's division.
Looks like our first competitor.
And hopefully a chance for the crowd here to get a little breath of fresh air after obviously an unfortunate circumstance unfolds.
And how ironic it is just seeing that video right before that, knowing that Esteban is battling with an injury. It's just an unfortunate set of circumstances to happen right after that.
And you know that Esteban saw that unfold too, so you've got to wonder what's going through his mind.
Oh, man.
Meanwhile, as we enter this division, an absolute slugfest between some extremely high-level competitors for men's forms. Teammates Esteban Tremblay and Philip Brumet have been throwing haymakers at one another all season. Metaphorically, of course.
Metaphorically on stage and between teammates.
Air Canada cleared for takeoff. Massive kick full. Esteban wanting to be sure we heard that introduction.
Also, no music.
Esteban certainly trying to show off his power with this choice to go a cappella. the power in those hands and the power in the legs. There's the dragon kick, shuriken cutter. One of my favorite small techniques in the form, that knife hand chop on the stall front kick. Double 7 to split. Esteban Tremblay means business. Webster, and that will do it. Esteban Tremblay making his presence known in Atlanta.
And if he performs this well while injured, just wait till he gets better.
And the meniscus being a shock absorber for the knee, and the amount of force that he's putting on those knees every time he takes off, every time he lands.
You know, I held my breath every time and there was a lot of jump, a lot of landing every time he would come to a landing. I'm just like, okay, everything be okay, please.
Philip Brumet looking to get the crowd on his side. A very interesting strategic decision coming up for Philip as we wait to see if he's using music, and he is. Maybe not that track.
Maybe not that music. This is why you have to have poise.
And these guys are professionals. If there's anybody that can overcome a little technical snafu, it's the professionals on stage here tonight. Philip Brumet will pause for a moment, get the crowd into it.
And then, you know, he may decide to rock it without the music.
Signals a thumbs up to the production team. Here comes the music. Now we're ready to go. Opening trick of his own. Double full. And you love that in using the music, he's matching those beats with some of his opening techniques. Fast hands from Philip, full extension. Stalling the cheat 720. Big combo coming up for Philip. Look at the extension on those kicks. Two gainer switches into the cork. Long combo for Brumet. What's he got in store for us? Here it comes. And a dragon kick of his own. Who needs Karate Kid legends when you've got these legends? Dueling shuriken cutters, Webster half, and Philip Brumet answers the call. A difficult decision lying ahead for these judges.
And now let's have the competitors back up on stage for scoring.
Mallory, can we give them both an overall grand championship?
You know what, that's probably the easy decision at this point.
I might be biased, but if I was the judges, that's what I would do.
But then again, they're paid to make the hard choices.
Or if the judges give them both 9.99s across the board,
As Noel makes
do we
it
get
on
to see them
stage,
do it
please
again?
make some noise for Miss Noel.
Hey, look at
A well-deserved ovation for Noel Jellison. A quick job getting that bandage on the knee.
That's a testament to the martial arts.
Shout out to the medics.
Yes.
Judges score.
They even gave her a pretty pink one.
9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, and 9.98 for Miss.
And of course, the scoring a formality. The judges have to do it for the record
And
books.
now we'll go to the scores for Miss.
But just to show back up on stage.
Judges call 9.99.
And she came in, I didn't know who that was, and I see this little big flash come on board, and she comes back up with that, you know, that's just a great testimony.
9.99 for Haley Glass, making her the winner of the CMX Women's Forms Division. And
Now the
we go
result
to
that
the
we've been waiting
scores
for.
the men's CMX Forms Division. Up first, we have Esteban Tremblay.
Predicting a close one.
Score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, and 9.99 for Esteban
Esteban Tremblay, 9.99s across the board. The judges apparently loving the acapella. There's always the possibility of 10s, though.
There's always that slight holdout.
9.98. 9.98.
And that will not be the result tonight. Esteban Tremblay taking the win. He is your men's CMX Forms overall grand champion. The score not reflecting just how thrilling of a division that was. Very much so.
The winners of the CMX overalls are Haley Glass and Esteban Tremblay, and we have presented the award by none other than Greg Ruth, the promoter of the Battle of Atlanta.
It's the man himself presenting the award. Greg Ruth, Battle of Atlanta promoter. You gotta love Team Paul Mitchell chanting together. Haley, Esteban, and Phillip, all excellent performances. And once again, wishing well and a quick recovery to Noelle Jellison.
And now we're going to go to a commercial.
And a quick handshake and a commercial break for the stream.
Into the final two divisions of the evening, which is the adult CMX weapons divisions. And since there are 3 competitors in each of these divisions, we will do the women's and then score the women, and then we will go into the men and score the men. We will do normal divisions, These divisions are the ones where you may see some 10s thrown as we go into the adult weapons. Like that one right there. All right. Our first competitor is going to be Melina Pecci.
Shout out to our friends at Truth Entertainment, the team responsible for this amazing production that we have here tonight. Year after year here at the Battle of Atlanta, they do a phenomenal job, and we cannot thank them enough for putting sport karate on display in this light. Now we have the main events of the evening, the Creative Musical Extreme Weapons Finals for the adults. The women take the stage first. Melina Pecci of Team Revolution. The music cuts out,
but the action continues.
The crowd showing her some support. This is one of those things that technically is something that's going wrong, but it often pays off in favor of the competitor because of the crowd support they get. Seen a nice couple of releases from Melina. Oh, and then goes for the wrist roll, just misses. And she will be out of the running after a drop.
Let's give it up for Melina Pecci.
And then there were 2 in the women's CMX weapons final.
To the stage, it's going to be Sarah Campbell. Let's go, Sarah!
Sarah Campbell taking the stage. Certainly no stranger to the stage. High level of difficulty in this bow form. If she sticks it, always a formidable competitor.
And you know, I always say when you're watching the competitor before you and something unfortunate like that happens on a weapons drop, you gotta immediately clear that.
Sarah Campbell does a great job of dispelling any rumors that you have to be on a team to make it on stage and win. You see the blank D, she's up there representing herself and taking home W's.
That's all she needs.
Straight to business for Sarah Campbell. Clean strikes in the opening. 540 behind the back catch. Another nice behind the back manipulation. Behind the head and 2 spins with a behind the back catch right into the side kick. A great balance of foundational martial arts techniques with clean basics. And of course, the exciting tricks. Off the elbow. .540 behind the head catch, followed by another 720. The orbiter, a blind catch for Sarah Campbell. She nails the routine and has laid down the gauntlet for the women's CMX weapons title.
That was extremely clean.
That's one of the best performances I've seen from Sarah. That was excellent.
Coming to the stage,
and it looked relaxed. It looked like she knew every time where that bow was. Being that we're so close, we can look at the competitor's eyes, and sometimes there's a little shift, like, where is the bow where I think it is? She looked calm and controlled the entire time. Haley's got to match that energy.
Now on stage, a competitor that you have to be at your best to have a chance at. Haley Glass of Team Paul Mitchell, the picture of dominance in this division in recent years. We've seen her win traditional weapons and CMX forms overall grand championships. Looking to go 3-for-3 with a weapons title. And just like she puts power behind her traditional sword form, there's big power behind these comma cuts too. Love that manipulation, trapping the comma in the elbow, then shooting it down to the hand. And look at the speed on these manipulations from Haley. Haley Glass turning up the difficulty herself. Full twist to the knee, sticks the landing. Look at the creativity on that cut combo. She teased that combo on Instagram last week too. Oh no. A finger spin just slips. And Haley Glass, the professional that she is, still putting on a little bit of a show with a little
pirouette there.
She's got 2 overall grand championships already tonight. And by process of elimination, Sarah Campbell's going to be our winner, but deservedly
well
so.
Deserved.
Absolutely. So we will do the scoring as a formality. The score of 9.95 attributed to those who dropped their weapon.
And for the first competitor, Melina Pecci, judges score.
By the way, 3 different weapons represented. You gotta love that.
I do like that, the variety.
And for our second competitor, Sarah Campbell, judges score 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99.
Of course, not the way that Sarah Campbell wants to win, but a win nonetheless, and she should be proud of the form that she ran. High level of difficulty, she nailed it. I've been watching Sarah for years now, and if I'm saying that's one of the best forms she's ever done, I mean it.
Making the winner of the women's overall CMX division, Sarah Campbell.
Very well done.
Presenting the award is Mohammed Jahanbash, promoter of Compete Internationals in California.
Shihan Mohammed Jahanbash presenting the award.
Let's make some noise for these competitors one more time.
Promoter of the Compete Internationals just outside of Los Angeles, California.
Always a great tournament to go to in February to visit California when most of us experience winter.
All right. And now we are moving into the final division, which is going to be the men's CMX Weapons Division, where Dawson Holt, Esteban Tremblay, and Benjamin Jones are going to battle it out on this stage to see who will be this year's Battle Zone champion. The first competitor coming to the stage is Dawson, Mr. Clean Holt.
Mallory. It's time.
It is, or it's time. With respect to
Oh, I love this division so much, Mallory. The men's CMX Weapons Final, our main event of the evening. Dueling teammates, Dawson Holt, Esteban Tremblay, Ben Jones. A slugfest for glory.
Looks like the Mr. Clean moniker is sticking. You hear a lot of people in the crowd shouting that out.
And sometimes these boys choose to all go a cappella together. That may be the situation we're looking at this evening.
A gentleman's agreement.
Just pure weapons excitement. Dawson Holt, the swordsman of the group, takes a moment to gather himself. Slicing and dicing his way through the opening section. Inverted catch. Left hand manipulation. Another inverted catch. Beautiful transition into the cut there. A cheat 720. Massive illusion right into the side kick. Dawson Holt, the winner of the creative bladed division, so he cannot invert with tricking skills, but he can certainly show off with that sword. Signature move after signature move, especially that one. Over the shoulder, behind the back. Inverted catch. One more time, and Dawson Holt opens the show, stomping his way through an excellent sword form. Basks in the glory of a great form, and then lets out a Ric Flair.
And now, the next competitor coming to the stage is Esteban Air Canada Tremblay.
And a form like that applies pressure for the rest of the division. You know that you've got to show up and deliver if you want a chance at this title. And Esteban Tremblay, most well known for his bow skills, making the strategic decision to come out with commas.
This is an interesting change.
Now, Dawson was the winner of the creative bladed division, which means that Esteban's divisions would not have pigeonholed him into having to do bow, or commas for that matter. And so this was a free decision for him that he wanted to go out here with commas. Esteban has certainly increased his frequency of using commas this year. He thinks it's really a part of his game that developed. Originally felt like a little bit of a gimmick because everybody knew him so well for bow, but now becoming an established part of his repertoire.
I mean, as if he needed more things that he's good at.
Right. And one thing the commas will do is it will really allow his tricking to shine. And look at that! Webster and then a release into another Webster, a little Austin Crane inspiration. Battle of Atlanta fans know a thing or two about Austin Crane. Bringing the same power to his comma cuts that he brought to his empty hand form. High-speed finger rolls right into the releases. And now up, and away with comma releases in between. Massive D-leg! Releases right in front of us for Esteban Tremblay. A smooth operator right now with the commas. Rolls one comma on the other. A release into the catch, and that will do it for Esteban Tremblay. Switching it up to the commas for this overall grand championship. And answering a fantastic performance from Dawson Holt. We've got 2 contenders for the overall now, with a 3rd waiting on deck.
But there is another. Bringing it all the way back to the beginning of the show.
Final competitor coming to the stage is Benjamin "The Truth" Jones.
And Mallory, this is another one of those times that I am so glad I'm not judging.
It is not the position I want to be in right now to try to figure out how to split up these 3.
Ben Jones bringing us our 3rd weapon of the division. A bow purist he is. Looking to follow that bow to victory. Ben Jones won his first career division, his first career divisional grand championship, and his first career overall grand championship right here at the Battle of Atlanta. Off to the races. High speed striking. Little blind catch into the back fist. Big moment here, down the arm. Triple! Ben Jones cooking right now. Fakes the catch, goes behind the back. And a blind catch into the swing. Another signature of his. And there's one signature move to cap it off for Ben Jones. The freeze frame off a double spin. Ben Jones, the truth will set you free. Delivers as the last competitor of the evening.
We might have a 10. We almost have to have a 10.
I have a feeling there.
Mallory, if 10s do not fly for these 3 gentlemen tonight, it is a crime against humanity.
Let's see what we got when we go to scores. The scores will be for Dawson Holt, Esteban Tremblay, and Benjamin Jones will be last. The first competitor.
There is no score that could seal this. We will not know until all the scores are delivered.
9.98, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99, 9.99.
4 9s. Make it 5. Wow, that will be a difficult score to beat with 6 9.99s for Dawson Holt.
Scores for Esteban Tremblay. Judges score 9.97, 9.97, 9.97, 9.97.
So Esteban Tremblay takes a risk by switching it up to the commas, hits a good form, but the judges going another direction tonight.
We'll find out who won tonight.
Is there a 10 out there?
9.99, 9.98, 9.98, 9.98, 9.97, 9.97, and 9.97.
And Dawson Holt is going to be the champion. The judges keep things calm by delivering a win via 9.99s.
Now, I know he has the nickname of Mr. Clean, but as he is Mr. Cool, look at how composed he is. The same way you see him right before the beginning of this kata.
Nationals in California.
And so we close out the show this evening with a huge win for Dawson Holt in a fantastic show for these 3 Team Paul Mitchell members. I'm Jackson Rudolph. He's Mallory Woods. We're going to send it to the stage to send you guys home. Thank you so much for tuning in thus far. Here's Reed and Anna Glenn.
As the men's division is concluding, it's only right for us to bring out another type of weapon this evening. We have one of these now, Miss Anna Glenn. It has been requested that you have to show us your skills with the lightsaber. I'll take the microphone. Let's see what you got. You've been here for 4 years, so I figured we'd see what you've learned. You know, all right. She's no help. No, you got it. You got it. Yeah. Now you have to take it up like this. Drop it down. Boom. And then stand up and go, Isa! There we go. What do you guys think? What do you guys think?
Thanks, Reed. I learned it from the best.
That's right. That's right. And Anna Glenn, what'd you think of this battle zone tonight? What were your main thoughts this evening?
I thought it was super competitive. I really always enjoy the forms and the weapons. What are the judges typically looking for in those competitions?
For the forms and weapons?
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's tough because it depends on the judge. But typically you're looking for that solid foundation, those stances, those chambers, the power. And then you start looking at that difficulty. And then the next step should be that performance element. Ultimately, that confidence to do the difficult moves with the solid foundation. So that is what you would be looking for inside of that division, and could be a reason why someone named Mr. Clean might have taken that weapons division that we just saw. And so that concludes the 57th Battle of Atlanta. Thank you all for coming out tonight. The competitors, the judges, Anna Glenn, Jackson Rudolph, Mallory Woods, the production team, lighting, sound, music, the audience, the promoters, the Ruth family for making it all possible, people that take pictures, Mr. Levitas, and make sure you guys all have a safe night. Thank you guys for coming, and we will see you at the 58th Battle of Atlanta. Thank you all, and good night.
You say
hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more.
Oh woman, don't treat me so mean. You're the meanest old woman that I've ever seen. I guess if you say so, I'll have to pack my things and go.